Oh, man. I've yet to watch it, Baby Jules, but that's what a lot of people that I've heard from and read said.
Oh, see, I read the opposite. Everything I saw said I tried and it was horrible. But I'm going to watch it. I've tried to ignore all comments so I can watch it on my own.
I heard that it was a 2-hour movie. The first hour 20 was really good. The last 40 was absurd. But that there were a bunch of funny scenes and one-liners.
Great.
Could be the poll question, Mark.
What's that?
Okay, about people tell us what they thought of Happy Gilmore 2, including I didn't watch it. Well, EB, we didn't go anywhere. uh, Morning, everybody. Yeah, I didn't watch it yet either. It's funny. I tuned into golf yesterday to watch the young lady, the English woman.
It was already over by the time I turned it on. Did she win?
She did.
That's pretty impressive.
Yeah. She had like 3 bogeys for the week.
How about that Knapp kid makes one bogey the entire week and still doesn't win?
Right.
Went 50 holes without a bogey. That's impressive. At least to
Not
me.
often you're tied for the lead, shoots 66 and don't win. They're only 3 out, John, but they are trending in the wrong direction.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this final Monday of July. The football magic numbers are 31 and 38. Hope you had a great weekend. How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. Top of the morning to you, Mark. How are you?
Good morning, David. Doing well. Had a pretty good weekend. Had a really good weekend, actually.
Okay.
Did something that doesn't happen much in the Miller household. The wife and I had a date night Saturday. We went out.
Whoa.
Out. I mean, went out, had dinner, went for a couple of drinks after, went way off the beaten path to where we normally go, tried some new things, tried a couple of new places. Daughter had a sleepover. It was sensational.
Did you go to the right places? Did you glad you went where you did?
I'm very happy with our choices.
Okay.
Very happy.
That's awesome. That's fantastic. Okay. Wife and I last went on one of those, I think, pre-pandemic. So, all right.
You should try it sometime. It's fun.
I'm going to propose it. Okay. Of course, my football season begins in 3 weeks. So, you know.
Exactly. I mean, there's only a couple of Saturdays left where you can have a true make it happen night on all accounts.
So I'll propose it over the next 3 weeks and we'll get around to it in February. So, okay.
Sounds like a plan.
Right. Good deal. Good deal. Hey, this is the goober in me. I mean, really big time goober in me. First off, I think we're going to have a lot of poll questions today. I just have that sense. That sense. First off, the Twitch chat room and the YouTube chat room came right out of the chute talking Happy Gilmore 2. So it dropped Friday on Netflix?
Yep.
So that's got to be the future, right?
That's the future? David, the children are the future.
But in terms of we're just avoiding the theaters altogether, we're just going to go straight to Netflix?
Well, it's about, I don't know what the exact number is. Be a good question for Samson tomorrow because he's the movie buff.
Right.
But there are a lot more films now that are opening in theaters and theaters only. Sandler has a deal with Netflix. I mean, that's his baby. He's signed by Netflix to do all those movies. They won't be released anywhere but Netflix. That's his deal. So I don't think that that's the norm. I think that's becoming the norm, but I think it's about 50-50 because a lot of the more cinematography, things that are set to be in the theater, they're trying to get you to go to the theater.
Right. The action movies in the theater type deal?
Action, yeah, I guess, but there are quite a few movies that are being released in the theater.
Right. But I think it's still overwhelming majority theater and very few this way. But you're right. Sandler's got the deal. And let me tell you, Netflix has money, Mark. So this just in, those checks cash.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, hey, any of those actors that were able to get a deal done with Netflix, more power to them. It's
right.
It's a license to print money.
So my thought was, since it is a sports-related movie, okay, just to ask, hey, did you watch Happy Gilmore 2 and what'd you think? And then obviously you can go from liked it, didn't like it, nope, didn't watch. Okay. That's number one. But here's this is the Goober nominated question of the day, if I may.
Go right ahead, David.
I realized it yesterday. And I don't know why I didn't realize it since I covered 3 Baseball Hall of Fame ceremonies when I worked in the southern tier of New York. And it was a really BFD. But why does baseball have games being played on Hall of Fame weekend or Hall of Fame day? NHL doesn't. NBA doesn't. NFL doesn't. I mean, Why would you? And, it's very few instances, but you actually have teammates, people in the game with people who are being inducted who can't go to the induction ceremony because they're playing. Okay. We're beginning to have a whole generation of kids who are playing in the majors, sons of major leaguers, and some of their dads are Hall of Famers. I'm just wondering, if you're Major League Baseball, do you need to schedule yet? I mean, shouldn't yesterday have been a really big deal? I mean, Hall of Fame day. These 5 men, okay, and a broadcaster are going into the Hall of Fame. I mean, I don't know. Should you really have every team and their fans, in theory, occupied with 30 teams playing? I don't know. That's my goober question of the day. That I thought, why do they not have a day off? Or why do they not move Hall of Fame weekend? I don't know. Make it part of the All-Star break. I don't know. It was just a thought.
Well, I think, obviously the All-Star weekend is focused on where the All-Star game is.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think you could pull that off. I really don't. I do think they could do it on a Saturday and not let teams play Saturday day games. Because Sunday is a little difficult to tell teams not to play 1:00 games. It's a getaway day. From a scheduling standpoint, I don't think you can change that on a Sunday. But you could have the ceremony, I don't know, noon on a Saturday and not let any games begin until 6 p.m. that day. Give yourself a clean window where baseball can dominate the entire day. Would make sense to me.
It was just a thought. The other major sports, okay, NASCAR has their Hall of Fame ceremony, I believe, before Daytona, a few weeks before Daytona.
What about the other major sports?
All right. I don't know when golf does their Hall of Fame ceremony, but I also know I think they do it early in a week, so no one's playing. Okay, so everyone can attend. But, basketball does it in September. Season doesn't begin until October. Hockey does it. Don't they do it during the off season?
Yes.
Hall of Fame weekend. And obviously football is going to be doing it this coming weekend, but they get their Hall of Fame game out of the way Thursday night, but then Saturday is those getting inducted, given speeches day. And it's kind of known throughout the sport that, hey, you can leave training camp for a day. Coaches have left, executives have left. Don't know if there's a case of a player whose dad is going in, but, they give you the hall pass. You get to go. You get to be at the ceremony. I don't know. Just a thought.
Well, this is your area because
Right.
I try to get up every morning and read some sort of a sports page. Check the Score app, the ESPN app, the Athletic app, the New York Post to see if anybody died, because that's really your go-to for that situation. If it were not for me jumping online every morning, I wouldn't have known the induction was over the weekend. I knew it was coming and had no interest in watching it. It's just not my bag. It never has been.
And
I
that's fine.
thought the poem by David Parker that his son read was great. I thought Ichiro taking a jab at the one person who didn't vote for him and taking the dinner invitation off the board was fantastic.
Right. CC.
Caught the highlight. CC did a nice job. Billy Wagner did a great, a lot of faith in there. They get their moment, and most of it's for the people in their lives. The good ones tell a story or give you something that if you're not part of their lives, you feel as if you were invited into part of their life.
Right. So that's all. Just a thought that if you're baseball, if this is as big a deal as it is, then shouldn't it be a standalone thing? And I understand in the dead of summer, to give up a weekend, to give up even a day of a weekend. And like you were thinking out loud and going, well, I don't know if I could even give up a day, but I could give up like the morning and the afternoon on a Saturday. I could just make it so that nobody plays before 6:30, so that every fan base, et cetera. Even those involved in the sport, although it would be tough to then make your game. I mean,
But yeah, I'm more in line of thinking of the fans. The stuff you worry about, I'm not as worried about. It would suck, and I would think that a manager would allow his player to go see the ceremony if dad was getting inducted. Those are so few and far between that that's a one-off that would be handled individually. I'm thinking about, can the fans of the team whose players being inducted get there?
right.
And even if it's watching their team play at a sports bar in Cooperstown or at their hotel room, they can still watch their game that night.
Okay, that's all. I was just thinking out loud, is this something that baseball needs to not have their big Hall of Fame induction ceremonies, which they think is a really big deal? Yeah, the whole sport was playing yesterday while it was going on. Who was watching it? Who was paying attention when their team was on?
And David, there was a texter yesterday who sent a text talking about the stupidity of baseball of playing games while the Hall of Fame induction was going on. So there are people definitely on your side when it comes to that.
So I don't know if it's worthy of a poll question. I don't know if that's all it was worthy of today. Okay. My chief gooberdom coming to light with that subject.
Do you feel better?
A little bit. Yeah. It was
Excellent.
bothering me all day
Excellent.
yesterday.
Good.
So thank you. Thank you.
NFL training camps all underway. And fortunately, not a lot of injuries to report.
Yep. A couple two-tree, but, yeah, so far, not bad. Not bad. All things considered, not bad.
Exactly. That's all you can hope for, is the lack of injuries during training camp. We will talk with Scott Jackson from the Commanders training camp this morning. The starting five, 25 minutes away, right here on Miller and Moulton. Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Ream Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from that fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Huh, huh, huh. Paula, me too. I hope it will be okay. We're going to get a couple dress rehearsals, a preseason game, and then at the end of the month, just a college game. So we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes.
So they opened like a speakeasy in the back of Taco Works, David, and the door basically says employee entrance. And when you walk into a whole new bar.
Okay.
Pretty fun little spot. Pretty fun little spot for overpriced drinks.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. Starting 5 in a little more than 15 minutes time. Hey, I got a crazy question, scenario that I'm going to throw out at you. Because I don't know if anybody's thinking about it. Are the Yankees going to make the playoffs?
I think so, mainly because I think they'll continue to be active this week and get themselves enough to get in. But I know where you're coming from with this.
Well, the minute Aaron Judge got hurt and went on the injured list, and by the way, they've already said he won't play outfield the rest of the year. I mean, this has a chance to be Ohtani. This has a real chance to be Ohtani. He didn't blow out his elbow, but they're not going to put him out on the field the rest of the year. They even ruled out first base for the rest of the year when he comes off the injured list. They do not want him throwing a baseball for the rest of the year. Do we feel good about that elbow injury?
Well, of course not.
Right. Now, Otani was able to DH for an entire year and hit, 57 homers with a blown out elbow. So nothing preventing Judge, even if the elbow's pretty bad, from hitting. Although, I have no idea if it made a difference that it was Otani's right elbow that was injured and he bats left-handed versus Judge, whose right elbow's injured and he bats right-handed. I don't know. But they're only a game and a half clear of making the playoffs. Now, the irony is right now, they're technically the number one wild card team in the American League. But they're a game and a half in the playoffs. They're not going to have Aaron Judge for a while. Their starting pitching is a mess. Their bullpen's not much better. I know they wear pinstripes and they're called the Yankees, but, they got issues.
No, they definitely have issues, David. But again, they are a team from a financial standpoint that can best handle their issues in the American League. The Dodgers do the same thing. I mean, we've gone through the Dodgers injuries to their pitching staff and their position players all year long, and they keep on keeping on because, well, their pockets are just deeper. So I think that the Yankees will go out and acquire what they need to acquire. The other side of it is, do you really trust that many teams? And I know the Mariners and Rangers are about a game and a half back. The Red Sox are a game back of where the Yankees are in that first wild card position. But with the way the Rays are playing, they're a mess right now. The Guardians, are they going to go on another? I mean, they went on that long run. It got them just to 500. So I don't think there's a whole hell of a lot of competition in the American League, if you know what I mean.
No, right now there's 4 teams for 3 wild card spots. They're separated by a game and a half, though. It doesn't take much. Seattle has missed the playoffs each of the last 2 years by a game. Arizona lost a 3-way tiebreaker for 2 spots last year in the National League. I mean, a game can cost you making the playoffs. That's my fear for the Yankees right now. And my fear is Seattle and Texas have pitching. Might be the 2 best pitching teams in all of baseball right there. Okay. And Seattle has started to add offense, and Texas is going to add offense in the next 3 days also. And Texas, your Texas Rangers, and you've said this for 6 weeks. You locked onto their pitching in early June. You're like, I know they're struggling. They're not out of it. Trust me. Give it time, the whole deal. Yeah. They're tied for the final playoff spot, and they're only 4 back of Houston, by the way. And the Astros have 18 guys on the injured list. So they just got swept at home by – who swept them at home? Oh, yeah, the A's. I mean, so they're falling apart. But I know they're the Yankees, and yes, they have resources, and they will give up some of those resources here in the next 3 days. But they're in trouble. If their name wasn't the Yankees, if those uniforms weren't maybe the most iconic in all of sports, okay, we'd be talking and thinking very differently.
No, actually, David, we'd be talking and thinking differently if baseball was something that we talked about. Now, I'm not being smart here. If baseball was treated on the national networks the way basketball is, I'm not even trying to compare it to the NFL. I'm not stupid. But if baseball got the attention from a national standpoint on radio and television the way the NBA does, because, I mean, come on, how many times have we seen a good January story of what the Lakers need to do to make sure they can make a deep playoff run when at that time they're the 8th seed? It's been going on forever. If we treated baseball that way, I mean, this is the Yankees. They're like the Cowboys and the Lakers, for crying out loud. David, we'd be talking about it nonstop. If this was the infancy of sports talk radio, it would be talked about nonstop. It just so happens that it's not a national sport from a TV and radio standpoint, so it's not talked about. It's incredibly relevant. I don't care how iconic the jerseys are. The part that I come back to, though, David, is that when you look at teams around the American League, you got the Rangers who have won 6 in a row and 9 of 10. You have Toronto, who's been rolling for a while lately. Other than that, no one's on a long winning streak. No one's won but 6 games out of their last 10. The American League's full of a bunch of
A lot of mediocrity, a lot of
Really
9 and 10 win NFL teams. Okay, yes, I agree. Not a lot of 13.
It's the
14.
NFC, David.
Well, I actually think the NFC is better in the American League. You know, Detroit won 15, Philly and Minnesota won 14. I actually think the NFC is better, but it's a good analogy. I like it. So that's all. I just wanted to, because we're basically at the 2/3 poll. We got 3 days left till the trade deadline. And that's it, by the way. There's no other way really to help your team. You need somebody to get released and somehow they don't get picked up by anybody on waivers and then you pick them up. Well, how good of a player could that be? So now we talk about this in all the sports. Should baseball move their trade deadline back? Should they make it mid-August? I think now's fine, but I'd be okay with August 15th. But yeah, there's about 4 or 5 teams that are trying to straddle the fence right now. They don't know if they're in or out. Maybe this past weekend was the decider, like for the Twins. Hello. But I just wanted to bring that up, that the Yankees are in a very interesting position. They're in second place in their division, and they're actually the number 1 wild card team in the American League. And they're 2 games away from missing the playoffs. And
right, they don't have effective starting. They have one good starter right now. I mean, they do. They have a terrific starter. After than that, they're right. As you mentioned, their bullpen not good
and
now
overworked.
Now they've lost their best hitter.
I mean, people have been saying for 4 months that Aaron Judge is carrying the Yankees. Well, he's hurt. So am I overreacting here? I mean, he was on the way. He was, as of this weekend, he was going to win MVP in the American League again, even over the big dumper. I mean, he's leading the league in hitting. Okay. He was going to win it again. He's now hurt. His status for the rest of the year is in doubt. His effectiveness, even if he comes back, is a question mark.
Yeah, I mean, he was having a triple crown type year. He was only behind the big number. He led in every other category.
Right.
Leads in batting average, leads in hits, was 1 RBI behind Raleigh and 4 home runs behind Raleigh, or is currently, but now out of the lineup.
So that's all. Just wanted to bring that up. And you're right. Okay. If this were the Lakers, please, the Lakers will get more talked about today because Jokic sent out a tweet, with LeBron in it. That will get talked about more today than the fact that the Yankees are in trouble.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Got a cracked window or foggy glass? Don't wait for the next storm to make it worse. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business is just down the road and ready to help. From leaky frames to shattered panes, we've got the tools and the know-how to get your home or business storm ready. With flexible scheduling and our done right promise, you'll be in good hands. So before or after the weather hits, call your neighbors at Glass Doctor.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I don't know if it would be crazy for him not to be on it, but he is making a really strong case for himself, Sonny.
I think he moved up to 20th.
I mean, he's got to continue to play really well.
He has to have a good FedEx Cup playoff because he's 20th in the points. So in theory, he'll make it to the Tour Championship. Because he's really only had 3 weeks.
Right.
So,
I mean, we didn't even know who he was a month ago.
a first, a third, and a T10. If I was him, I'd take this week off.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes until the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. This final Monday of July were the magic numbers, the football magic numbers, 31 days away from the Thursday heading into Labor Day weekend when there are 16 games on the docket. 38 days away from the Eagles hosting the Cowboys. 39 days away from the Chargers and Chiefs in Brazil. 41 days away from most of your favorite teams getting their NFL seasons underway. And for those of you that just need to see helmet, shoulder pad, collision, a score at the bottom of the screen or in the top left-hand corner, you're 3.5 days away. Now it's time for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the Starting Five.
We'll start with baseball. Trade deadline's Thursday at 6 o'clock, oh, by the way. Hall of Fame weekend concluded yesterday with the induction of Ichiro, CC Sabathia, Billy Wagner, and posthumously both Dave Parker and Dick Allen into Cooperstown. Longtime Indians/Guardians broadcaster Tom Hamilton also honored with the Ford Frick Award, and he gets his wing in Cooperstown as well. On the field, things are not going well for the Rays. Meanwhile, Mark, our Cincinnati Reds are looking like an over. In fact, our Reds are just a game out of the playoffs right now.
Yes, as a matter of fact, they are. After 2 years of disappointing Miller and Moulton, could this be the year we get some of our money back on over-under bets with the Red Stockings?
The Reds swept the Rays. 2-1 was the final yesterday. Rays have fallen all the way to 500. Ouch. They're just 3 games out of the playoffs, but they are heading in the wrong direction. And the word is that Brandon Lau's getting traded before 6 o'clock on Thursday. Don't see how that's going to help matters for the rest of this year, but it's the right thing to do. Meanwhile, the Red Sox took 2 or 3 from the Dodgers. Alex Bregman, a 2-run homer and a 3-run fifth. Boston 4-3 over LA. They took 2 of 3 in the series. I have to admit, there was a lot of reporting on Friday that the concession workers had gone on strike. Anybody go to Fenway this weekend? Anybody know anybody who was at Fenway this weekend? I'm kind of curious. So how was it getting a beer, getting a hot dog? I mean, kind of curious. Who filled in? Anyway, Yankees avoided the sweep at home by the Phillies. They scored 4 in the second, beat the Phillies 4-3. But Aaron Judge over the weekend put on the injured list with a damaged right elbow. As of now, they say he does not need Tommy John. But the thought is when Judge comes back, he will not play the outfield, which, by the way, means they're going to have to put Giancarlo Stanton back in the field. Where are they going to put him? And how soon until he gets hurt? The Tigers won a game. Now, the problem is, lately, they've lose 6, win 1, lose 6, and then yesterday won 1. They beat Toronto 10-4 to snap a 6-game skid. The loss by the Jays reduced their lead in the AL East to 5.5.
Detroit's lead, meanwhile, is 8 over the Guardians. Guardians lost to the Royals 4-1. Royals, by the way, are 8.5 out, and the Royals believe in the Royals. The Royals made a trade for a bat over the weekend. The Royals signed Seth Lugo to a 2-year extension at $23 million a year to keep pitching for him. The Royals are all in, even though they're still 2 games below 500. 8.5 back in the Central, 4 back for the wild card. Twins look out of it. They look done. They lost 2 of 3 at home to the Nats. They're 10 back, 5 below 500. They lost to Washington 7-2. They should be sellers, crazy sellers, over the next 3 days. And I mean just about everybody should be available. The Brewers, they had to rally to avoid getting swept at home by the Marlins. Man, the Marlins are playing good ball. I mean, nobody's paying attention, but they're playing good ball. Milwaukee with 1 in the 7th, 1 in the 8th to rally and beat Miami 3-2. The Brewers and the Cubs tied for first in the Central. They play a 5-game series against one another next month. I don't know. Sounds intriguing to me. Cubs took 2 out of 3 from the White Sox, heading to the South Side, beating the Sox yesterday 5-4. Mets are the hottest team in baseball. They've won 7 in a row. They swept the Giants in San Francisco 5-3. And with the Phillies losing to the Yankees, picked up a game. They now lead the East by 1.5 games. Padres took 2 out of 3 from the Cardinals, 9-3 the final. A, they're just 4 back of the Dodgers. B, they hold down the final playoff spot in the National League. Machado with 4 hits in the win. A swept the Astros in Houston. 7-1 the final. Houston's lead down to 4. Seattle remains 4 back. They lost to the Angels 4-1. Those 2 teams split a 4-game series. Yesterday, Mike Trout homered and drove in his 1,000th RBI. And Cal Raleigh, the big dumper, hit his 41st homer. On Saturday, when he homered, he became just the 7th catcher to ever hit 40 home runs in a season.
50 what?
What do you want to put the over-under at? Because, by the way, the 2/3 point of the season is Tuesday or Wednesday for Seattle. They played 106 games, so he still has a third of a season to go. He's at 41 homers.
54.5.
Over. Not by much, but I'll go over. He's on pace for 61 for whatever that's worth.
I understand.
Texas, by the way, has won 6 in a row. They swept the Braves, 8-1 the final, and they are tied with Seattle, just 4 back of Houston, and they are tied with Seattle for the final playoff spot in the American League. Pittsburgh, your Cy Young winner mark improved to 6-8 on the season. Paul Skeens, 6 shutout innings, 9 Ks. Pirates, oh, by the way, have won 5 of 6. They beat Arizona 6-0. Skeens is 6-8 on the season with a 1.83 ERA.
Just ridiculous.
Can you vote? I mean, you could be the best pitcher in the league with a bad record, can't you?
Absolutely. And they're starting to let him pitch a little longer into games. They've upped his pitch count a little bit. They've had him on a pitch count all year, and they've loosened that up a touch.
I mean, if he goes 10-11, but his ERA is sub-2, are you voting for him to win the Cy Young?
Yeah.
Right.
Didn't Hernandez in Seattle win it one year with a record like that?
Yeah, I don't know. He might have been below 500 or exactly 500, like
Right.
12-12, something like that. Right. And somebody had like 20 wins and King Felix won the Cy. Colorado is 27-78 on the season. They lost 2 of 3 in Baltimore. Orioles won 5-1. Tyler O'Neill homered for the 3rd straight game for the O's. To golf, a lot of stories here. 32-year-old American Kurt Kitayama. He only made the cut by 1. He shot 60-65 on the weekend to win the 3M Open, his 2nd career win by 1 over Sam Stevens. Chris Gotterup continues his roll. He finished tied for 10th. He's up to 20th in the Ryder Cup standings. Hits it a long way. He can putt.
He's from Jersey. The Ryder Cup's in New York. He's got an outside shot. Make the team. Padraig Harrington won the Senior Open Championship. He's the 5th golfer, I believe, to win both the Senior Open and the regular Open. Joaquin Niemann.
If it doesn't mean something, boy, can he play.
5th win on the LIV Tour. He won by 3 over Bubba Watson in the UK. But I think the story of the weekend is 21-year-old Lottie Woad, Lottiewoad. She's 21 years old. She's from England. She played the last 3 years of golf at Florida State. She was the number 1 amateur in the world until 3 weeks ago. She won the Irish Open. And then 2 weeks ago, finished 1 shot out of the playoff in a major at the Evian in France. So she decided, well, hell, I guess I should turn pro now. And in her pro debut, she wins the Scottish Open by 3. She's only the 3rd LPGA pro to ever win their debut. Although Rose Zhang did it 2 years ago. The only other golfer did it back in 51. Lottie Woad. Big day for the English women yesterday. Their soccer team won the Euro title, and Woad won $300,000, her first check as a pro. Lottie Woad. She looks like Kari Webb out there on the course. Her game is amazing. She went head-to-head with Nelly Korda and beat her. With no problem, by the way.
But she was caught by a South Korean player who made a couple of birdies and caught her by 12. And then she proceeded to birdie 14 and 15
birdies. Yeah.
To win the turn. It's incredibly impressive. Just 1 bogey on her back 9 yesterday with all the pressure of winning your first tournament as a pro. Amazing job. Amazing.
Only 3 bogeys for the week. In very cold, windy conditions, by the way, yesterday. NASCAR, Bubba Wallace. He was not assured of a spot in the playoff, so he made sure he's in the playoff. He won the Brickyard 400. He had to deal with a lot in the final half hour of the race. He had an 18-minute rain delay, not 1 but 2 overtimes. Because of it, he thought he was going to run out of gas, plus that he had Kyle Larson he had to hold off. But Bubba Wallace, his 3rd career win, snapped a 100-race winless drought. IndyCar, Alex Palou led 84 of 95 laps. Boy, this was a thriller, the Grand Prix of Monterey. Hey, another road course. It's fantastic. He has a commanding points lead. And Oscar Piastri won the Belgian Grand Prix for McLaren on the F1 circuit. And Piastri, because Verstappen has gone in the tank, is first in the standings. NFL, some injury notes. Browns quarterback Kenny Pickett, who, for what it's worth, they say was looking really good in camp. And in fact, he was taking the snaps with the first team late Saturday when he rolled right and threw a touchdown pass, but he pulled up lame with a hamstring injury. He's going to miss a few days, and they're going to take a look and see just how bad the injury is. Arizona lost 2 corners, including starter Starling Thomas to an ACL injury. And the 49ers, Teron Jackson, he got carted off in an ambulance yesterday at practice. They say he can move all his extremities, but they don't know his outlook for the season. Interesting situation going on at Cowboys camp. The fans were chanting, "Pay Micah," at Jerry Jones all weekend. Jerry said, "Oh, yeah, I heard it. Doesn't change anything." So the Cowboys, they didn't pay Micah. They paid tight end Jake Ferguson, excuse me. He's played 3 years in the league. He's averaging less than 10 yards a catch, catches about 50 balls a year. He didn't have a single touchdown last year. He's got 7 touchdowns in 3 years. So the Cowboys made him the 6th highest paid tight end in football. What? Huh? Jake
Fans
Ferguson.
were chanting "Pay Micah" at Jerry Jones.
Micah. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's awesome.
4 years, $52 million potentially is the deal. He gets $30 million guaranteed and a $12 million signing bonus. WNBA, no Caitlin Clark. No Angel Reese. Indiana beat Chicago by 15. Our buddy Semesco took the Atlanta Dream into Minnesota, beat the Lynx. They hadn't lost a home game all year, 90-86. And Dwight Muhammad Kawi, got to be a big fight fan, 70s and 80s. But he went to prison for armed robbery. Got out in the late 70s. He had taken up boxing while in Rahway State Prison in Jersey. Came out of prison and 3 years later was the light heavyweight champion of the world. Michael Spinks would eventually wrestle that crown away from him. Then Kawi would win it back, not against Spinks. Then Kawi ended up fighting as a heavyweight, lost to some guy named Foreman along the way. Dwight Muhammad Kawi, a Hall of Famer, died at the age of 72. And at 7 minutes before the hour, that was the starting five. 5 big stories, and from prison to the Hall of Fame here on Miller and Moulton.
We will get to a poll question during the break. David pretty much has one done, so I'm going to be lazy and we're going to go with it. We'll just figure out how to word it.
All righty then.
He's putting a poll question up that basically the two hosts can't comment on because they know nothing about what the poll question is about because neither of them have seen the movie. But we will get our Happy Gilmore poll question up. We'll talk a little Commanders with Scott Jackson in the 8 o'clock hour. It's Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
It's time again for the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football Summit featuring Dr. Roto, Tuesday, August 12th, Shula Show Sports Cafe inside the Doubletree Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Sign up at millerandmoulton.com. You get dinner and the expertise of one of the best fantasy players in the country, and Doc Roto will even give you a cheat sheet for your fantasy draft on your way out the door. Sign up at millerandmoulton.com. Tuesday, August 12th, is our Fantasy Football Summit. Dr. Roto and you, it's a fun night, and we help you win your fantasy football.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Think we only fix windows? Think again. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business does so much more to upgrade your home. We custom build stunning shower and bath enclosures, install sleek glass doors and windows, and can bring fresh life to foggy or cracked panes. Need a glass tabletop or a statement mirror? Yep, we do that too. If it's glass and it's in your home, we're the team to call.
Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Ream Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine, no more snoring, no more tossing, no more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Now, here's a headline you don't see every day. Dear Abby, my son's fat, unhygienic girlfriend has changed him.
Saw that.
That's outstanding.
It is.
DC, that's a pretty serious movie review for Happy Gilmore 2. Mark, here's why. I'm going to make a prediction. I think you're going to conclude it was not that good a movie, but I enjoyed it. Because it will fit your definition. Like when you sit down to watch a movie or a sitcom, and if it's intended to make you laugh, my understanding is this movie will make you a half a dozen times laugh out loud. So I wonder if it will fit your criteria. That's what I'll be curious about. I've yet to see
and
it.
it's funny with a sitcom in 23 minutes, I want to laugh twice. If I'm
Right.
if a movie, I want a little more.
Right.
I do. I want more from a movie than I want from a sitcom.
Well, 8 to 10 times laugh out loud.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, but I want
prorate
to
it out.
enjoy a movie. I mean, I don't watch a lot of movies. I'm hoping that I'm gonna be happy when I'm done watching the movie, or sad. I mean, whatever the movie's trying to accomplish. I feel like I've not wasted those 90 to 120 minutes.
It's funny. All the reviews that I've seen, they were like the first hour, 15, hour 20.
Yeah, I haven't read a
work.
review. I've seen a couple of comments that once I start seeing comments, I really avoid them because I'm trying to watch it
Right.
without others' thoughts in my head.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this final Monday of July. Thanks so much for being with us. We got a trade deadline Thursday at 6 o'clock in baseball. Heck, we got the Hall of Fame game Thursday at 8 o'clock in football. I mean, the month ends with a bang. We got a poll question, though. We had a big movie drop over the weekend. Friday on Netflix, Happy Gilmore 2, with much fanfare. A solid week of publicity on many a channel. National ads, a couple of national sponsors tied in. So, what did you think? Now, if you didn't watch it, well, we've got room for that, right, in the poll question?
Yes, we do, because otherwise the two hosts of the show wouldn't be able to answer the poll question.
Right. We haven't gotten to it yet. Okay. I was gonna. I don't know why I didn't. So neither Miller nor Moulton have watched it. Do not, if you would be so kind, you could give us your review of the movie. I liked it, didn't like it, but do not tell us particulars of the movie. If you would be so kind, in the text line or in the Twitch and YouTube chat rooms.
And here's the deal. If you want to give us the whole movie in the Twitch, in the chat room, in the text line, no, I'm forwarding all of those right to David. Every one of them. Every single one of them. So what did you think of Happy Gilmore? Loved it, liked it, didn't like it, haven't watched it. Those are your 4 choices.
Did you go Happy Gilmore 2? Or did you just
Happy Gilmore 2?
Got it. All right. So there you go. How long did we wait for this sucker, by the way? Is this like almost 30 years?
20 some odd years.
The only comment that I'll make is apparently there were a ton of cameos.
Yes, there were.
I mean, if you were anybody in the golf world, damn near past or present, you were in this movie. Except Tiger wasn't in it. They had to ask him, right?
I would think.
I mean, there's no way they could. Jack was in the movie, for goodness sakes. They had to ask Tiger. Don't you think that's a miscalculation by Eldrick there? By El Tigre?
Well, if indeed he was offered, but
It's just tough to imagine he wasn't. But
he doesn't do movie cameos. Period.
Okay. That's with all due respect, that's when he was a golfer. He's not really one anymore. His career is 99% over. I mean, he's a brand now. That's what he is. This movie was going to get a lot of eyeballs. I mean, don't you literally say, if you're Tiger, I'll only do it if I literally get the best line in the movie?
Yeah, I mean, there's no real word about why he didn't participate. It just says that he has not participated in movie cameos.
Right.
So I don't know. I have not seen the movie. I did not dig into why Tiger didn't do it. I've never seen a story on Tiger being associated with the movie,
Right.
or with any movie.
Right. But that's when he was Tiger. I mean, he's not really Tiger anymore. He's a guy playing Tiger on TV. I mean, that's just why I think at this stage of life/career that, you do things a little differently. I get when you were Tiger that you weren't going to lower yourself to doing Happy Gilmore too. But you're Eldrick now. I mean, come on.
See, no, he's not. Okay. If he's Eldrick now, what are we supposed to call? Is he just Nicholas? I mean, come on.
All right, that was too far.
I mean, that's just wrong, David.
Okay, I went too far. You're right. I went too far. Tiger Jackson, it, for goodness sakes. I mean, you sure? I'll give you the best line. I'll let you decide what's the best line. I'll put what I think's the 3 best scenes in the movie. Pick which one you want. That's what will make you. But
so that's our poll question today. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. At some point, we'll both vote and repost it so it gets up for everybody.
So I didn't want to bring this up in the starting 5 because I wanted to have a little time to talk about this. And I don't know how many saw it Friday night. I'm guessing very few. And you only heard about it and maybe saw the highlights later on in the weekend. Mark, have you heard of the Big Amish?
Yes, absolutely.
You knew of the Big Amish before Friday?
No. Are you kidding me? Plays for the Athletics.
Right.
They're a terrible team. The
20
Athletics right now are 16 games below 500. And at the time, they were 19 games below 500 because they just got done sweeping the Houston Astros.
The Big Amish is 22-year-old rookie Nick Kurtz, Kurtz. On Friday night, he had basically as good a night as anyone has ever had in the history of the sport. He went 6 for 6. He hit 4 homers. He accounted for 19 total bases.
A double and a single were his other 2 hits, obviously.
His final 3 at-bats, he went dinger, dinger, dinger in the 6th, 8th, and 9th innings. The Big Amish. Why is he the Big Amish? He grew up in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, which is essentially the capital
of Amish country. For his sophomore year in high school, they moved to Tennessee. But the big Amish, Nick Kurtz. So we've got the big dumper and the big Amish, both in the American League West. 6 for 6. 4 homers, 8 RBIs, 19 total bases. I believe the 19 total bases ties Sean Green for most total bases in a game. The 4 homers ties multiple players who hit 4 homers in a game. No one's hit 5. You can truly make the case. It is the single greatest performance in a baseball game ever. A rookie.
Right. A rookie. He's a big man. He's a very big man. 6'5", 240.
He's the big Amish.
He's not Amish, however. So
No.
but he gets part of the name Big Amish, one, because as David mentioned, he's from Lancaster, Pennsylvania. But also he mimics a butter churn when he hits home runs. That would be the equivalent to the big dumper doing what Randy Moss did to the Packers fans every time he hits a dinger.
There you go. Now we're talking. So the American League West has got it going on, at least in terms of nicknames. We got the big dumper and the big Amish. We don't have nicknames, good nicknames in sports anymore. We're too afraid of, offending people. Maybe, Mark, the 2025 American League West is going to be the comeback of nicknames.
Could be. Never have a problem with more nicknames. As you mentioned, Kwai, the boxer who passed over the weekend, was the sport where everybody had to have a nickname. It was almost a damn requirement to get on the card.
And they couldn't think of anything with Tyson either. They finally came up with Iron. What? He's not from Pittsburgh? What are we doing here? Iron Mike Tyson? We got nothing. Go with it. Maybe it'll catch on.
And it did.
Yeah, well, kind of.
It did.
I always thought it was lame, but of course you couldn't say that to him. Mike, your nickname's pretty lame. Excuse me?
Caught a clip of Shaq telling a story when he met Tyson for the first time. And it was in prison. People that Shaq worked with were going to visit Mike. He went with them. Mike wanted Shaq to come see him when he got out before his fight. Shaq went to come see him before he got out. Shaq went to Mike's house the night before his first fight, apparently, or a couple nights before, and rang the bell. Mike said, "Come in," on an intercom system. Shaq walked in the house. He was greeted when a white tiger came coming down the steps. And the host of the podcast asked Shaq basically if he defecated himself, and Shaq said, "Pretty close." And then Mike came down and started wrestling the tiger. To which Shaq said, "I don't bet, but I called my son and said, if I did, put $1 million on this guy tomorrow because he just beat a tiger wrestling."
And he's fighting a tomato can.
Right. Wasn't his first fight out when he fought Peter McNeely?
Yep. And McNeely was sitting there talking about, hey, I'm going to give it, all I have and what have you. And Tyson says, "You're in trouble. You're going down. Okay, I'm going to hurt you." I don't think it lasted 2 minutes.
No. I mean, that's, you want your 15 minutes. I guess if you account all the press conferences before and after included with the fight, he would get to his. But the big Amish and the big dumper, the big Amish having a big Friday night, the big dumper continuing to have an MVP-like season. And with Aaron Judge now out for at least a couple of weeks and not being able to play the field the rest of the year, have we just given the big dumper the American League MVP?
So the big dumper could win MVP and the big Amish could win Rookie of the Year? All right.
I want to be the PA announcer at the end of the year banquet. Gonna have some fun with this. But there you go. Nick Kurtz, Kurtz, the Big Amish, 6 for 6, 4 homers, 8 RBIs, 19 total bases. Unbelievable. A rookie.
Absolutely remarkable. I will say this, because after it was omitted in the starting five, I felt pretty good about having something unique for the coolest thing I've seen today. Time to go back to the drawing board here on Miller and Moulton. American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow and Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow and Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow and Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
When Glass Doctor replaces your windshield, we don't just send you on your way, we send you off protected. Your local Glass Doctor includes the industry's only 12-month windshield protection plan at no extra cost. That means unlimited chip repairs and even a one-time replacement if needed. High-quality service backed by real peace of mind, right here in your neighborhood.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
Exclusions apply. See your local Glass Doctor. for
This is Miller and Moulton.
Everything okay over there?
Uh,
There was a lot of buzzing and stuff. It sounded like literally like you were filing
No.
something.
oh, no, that's weird because I was laying down, actually.
Okay.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. Poll question. What'd you think of Happy Gilmore 2? Loved it. Liked it. Didn't like it. Didn't see it. So far, over half of you haven't seen it. That's fine. Miller and Moulton haven't seen it. They dropped on Netflix on Friday. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. Vote accordingly. Make sure if you go to MillerandMoulton.com, you sign up for our Fantasy Football Summit 2 weeks tomorrow, Tuesday, August 12th. Shoeless Joe's, Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers, Dr. Roto, dinner, and you for a unique night, and it's fun. Miller and Moulton will be there. Dinner starts as early as 6, the event at 7. Usually lasts an hour and a half or so. MillerandMoulton.com. Sign up, and we really hope to see you there.
Yeah. More than that, we expect to see you there. It's your duty as a fantasy football player to do everything you can do to win. We hear you on the text line and the chat room on a daily basis, saying the things you say about athletes and what you want out of them. Well, damn it, now's your time.
Are you saying this is the only time all year that you're expecting something from our audience?
Well, yes. We don't ask them for much.
No, we don't. We hope
We
they
don't even
listen.
have a T-shirt for them to buy.
No, we don't. And we won't 2 weeks from tomorrow either. So once again, it's a goal. Miller and Moulton, 19 years going strong, still working on T-shirts.
Fair enough. And will be for quite a while. That's just how we roll. Time now for the coolest thing I've seen today, and it's brought to you by Air Advantage online, myairadvantage.com, or you can call them at 239-433-4635. That's 433-4635, a Ream Pro partner, and they are offering 18 months, no interest, no payments available. Inquire by phone or online at myairadvantage.com. I had 3 things written down for this segment because I did not know in what direction David may go with the starting 5. I was pretty certain that Lottie Wood was going to be covered. David was into that last week. I knew he was into it. So the 21-year-old winning her first ever tournament as a playing professional, very cool. Doesn't make the list because we've already talked about it. Nick Kurtz going 6 for 6 on Friday with 4 home runs, a double and a single, 19 total bases, an unbelievable night. That was my thought heading into the 7 o'clock. I'm like, great, he didn't mention it in the starting 5. Bada bing, bada boom, we've got this right here. Nope, I'm sleeping with the fishes on that one. So I'll go with story number 3.
Okay.
Because it was a little unusual, and I happened to see it live. And not very often are the things, well, sometimes, if it's a big game or whatever, but I'm a bit of a golf goober. And I was watching the 3M. And on Saturday, there was an ace, but not just an ace. They had it live. Thorbjorn Olsen drained a 1 and shocked the announcers because, as we've talked about very often on this show, particularly on certain networks, they do not show a lot of live golf. CBS shows probably the most live golf. Would you say that's a fair statement, David?
Well, certainly more than NBC, yes.
Right. I mean, NBC's nightly news highlights show more live golf than NBC does. But he aced the hole, which was really cool. It also, for the moment, put him in the lead. And it kind of shocked the announcers. It wasn't set up when you watched it. Their reaction was genuine. His reaction obviously was, but we actually got to see it in live time. And that doesn't happen very often because they were talking about something completely different as the ball was in the air. And they're trying to work in all 3 announcers as the ball hits about 10 feet, 12 feet short of the hole, takes 2 bounces and rolls dead straight in the middle of the cup.
Nice.
Yeah. So the ace on Saturday, the coolest thing I've seen today, and it's brought to you by Air Advantage, myairadvantage.com.
Have you ever had a hole in one?
No.
No, I never did either. Have you ever seen one live?
Yes. I've seen a couple.
No.
In fact, the last one that I saw was over at Estero Country Club. You may know it as the Vines down here. It used to be the Vines. It's now ECC. And the guys, none of the foursome that I was playing with saw the ball go in. Jim Weir, friend of mine, was the guy that had the hole in one. I'm like, it's in the hole, Jim. He didn't believe me. He literally thought I was pulling his chain. I'm like, no, it went in. It's a hole in one. And as we walked up, I pulled my phone out and then just videoed him walking to the hole and picking his ball up. But it literally, until the point that he looked in the cup and saw it, he didn't believe me. I'm not that big of a jerk.
I was going to say, Jim, do you think I'm jerking your bobber or what?
Right. I hit the front of the hole and the pin simultaneously. Like it hit the front and bounced into the pin and bounced back about 8 feet a month and a half ago. I mean, literally almost flew it in the jar. And that's as close as I've ever come. And it's starting to tick me off because I've been playing golf a long time. And I know a lot of people who've had 4, 6, 8 holes in one. I'd like to get one. And what I'm afraid of now that my son's playing golf a little more regularly is that little SOB is going to get one before I do.
Oh,
you know
no.
That's going to be the case.
Well, especially since you're the better golfer, too.
At this point.
I have confidence you'll remain the better golfer.
I sure hope so. I sure hope so.
Because that's 2 potential blows to the dad ego right there. Son getting the ace before you, and then, wait a minute. Is this the day that son took me into the driveway and beat me one-on-one? No.
Right. I mean, I'm not worried about him hitting it past me because he can do that. He's younger and stronger. That doesn't bother me.
Right.
But yes, that would be a blow to the ego for sure. For sure. 21,000's the text line. If you've not texted the show before, you need to text the keyword Miller to 21,000. Then you can text as much as you would like. A lot of folks, a thumbs up on Happy Gilmore too, David.
Huh.
A lot of them saying it's not great, but it'll make you laugh. But mostly on the positive side of the new Adam Sandler movie that was released Friday on Netflix.
Lot of cameos. Lot of people in and around the golf world. They brought Vern back. I know that. Vern watched it Friday night with 200 of his friends in Steamboat Springs in Colorado. They had a viewing party. Vern and Nancy Lundquist and 200 of their neighbors. So I hope he liked it. I have not communicated with Vern over the weekend as to whether he liked it or not, because he did not get an advanced copy. He was invited to the premiere, but from a travel standpoint, it was a little much for Vern and his wife, so they didn't go to New York for the premiere. They were invited, but so he watched it. They put it up on a screen in a hall of some kind, and it was Vern, Nancy, and 200 of their friends.
Scheffler made the premiere and was kind of talking about how different his life is, from tournaments and private jets to premieres. When he goes back to Dallas, everything is to him back to normal. But the big news, and it came out late last week, it may have been Friday afternoon when I saw it, after we were done working for the week, is that Fartgate has been answered by Scotty Scheffler.
Oh, really?
If you watched the British Open, there was a moment of flatulence caught on air loudly after a Scheffler drive. He was on PFT and asked about it. He's like, "Oh, yeah, it was me. It was me." I don't know where the boom mics are. I mean, you're out there for 5 hours. You're eating a lot of food.
Right.
Come on. Sometimes life happens. It gets in the way. So Scotty Scheffler owning up to the noise that made the announcers during the British Open have a laugh. We will talk to Commanders with Scott Jackson, top of the 8 o'clock hour. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com.
Got a cracked window or foggy glass? Don't wait for the next storm to make it worse. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business is just down the road and ready to help. From leaky frames to shattered panes, we've got the tools and the know-how to get your home or business storm ready. With flexible scheduling and our done right promise, you'll be in good hands. So before or after the weather hits, call your neighbors at Glass Doctor.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow & Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I wouldn't think so, DC, but I mean, he was paid last year, so he's technically not a rookie, right? But maybe he's eligible for comeback player of the year.
No, Irish, I have not been to Vern and Nancy's place.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Scott Jackson will join us, part of the Commanders Radio Network. Interesting situation with them. McLaurin went from holding out to holding in, showing up, but then apparently while working out, injured an ankle. So he's on the PUP list. Still doesn't have a contract, though. So if he didn't have an ankle, he wouldn't be working out. Anyway, we'll talk to Scott about the whole Terry McLaurin situation and a lot more with the Commanders. What's their over-under, like 9.5? Which this team won 12 games last year and 2 playoff games and went out and got a wide receiver and Laramie Tunsil. And yet they're over-under. I mean, obviously it's a lot higher than it was last year, but I don't even know if their over-under is double digits.
Checking now, David. Caught me a little off guard with that one, so I am.
Sorry about that.
I am just looking at, yes, 9.5 is the number, and it's a relatively normal line, minus 115 for the over and minus 105 for the under.
Your gut feeling, Commanders, my $20, so don't worry about losing it. Your gut feeling right now.
Boy, it's right there, David. I think they're a 9-8, 10-7 type team. I mean, I think that number is right there. We've talked about it all the time that they were unbelievable in one-score games and even better in fourth down conversions a year ago.
Amazing.
While Detroit gets all the credit and Dan Campbell for going for it on fourth downs, it was really the Commanders that set the bar last year for how well they did on fourth downs. So I have trouble seeing them have that type of success. I think everything seemingly went right for them a year ago. They did play a fourth place schedule, so their schedule, at least on the 2 games that they play in the NFC, will be much more difficult in theory this year than they were a year ago. But 9-8, 10-7 seems about right for me. Because I'm one of the few idiots out there that think the Dallas Cowboys are going to have a much better year this year. I've said that for a while. You know that. I like what the Cowboys did with their draft. I like that they got Pickens. Obviously, Dak has to stay healthy, but at least he begins the season healthy, which he wasn't much last year. So I think the Cowboys could have a bounce back.
Commanders open at home with the Giants. By the way, they announced over the weekend that they are inducting on that season opener Santana Moss into their Ring of Fame there, whatever it's called. I don't think it's called Ring of Fame, but Ring of Honor, whatever it's called. So, longtime Redskin Santana Moss going in to their Ring of Honor, if you will. Mark, I know the NFC East teams this year play the AFC West.
Well, I'm just looking at Washington's first 5, and there's a lot of gettable games there. You know, to get off to a good start. You mentioned they open at home with the Giants. Then they go to Green Bay. Big test for both teams early in the season. Then they host Vegas. They're better than Vegas. Then they go to Atlanta. They're better than Atlanta, at least on paper at this point. And then to the Chargers. So 3 of their first 5 are on the road, 2 of which are against teams that are thought of a little more highly than the others in the Chargers and Green Bay. But you could see Washington going 3-2 over that stretch without much of a problem, David.
And then coming home for a Monday nighter with the Bears. So the rematch of the Hail Mary game, which certainly was a teetering point for both team seasons last year. But if you just look at it on paper, NFC East teams this year play the AFC West and the NFC North. Well, that seems pretty challenging, doesn't it? AFC West, NFC North? I mean,
absolutely.
I mean, that's 6 teams that had double-digit wins a year ago. And the last place teams are the Bears and the Raiders, who got new coaches, and everybody thinks they'll be at least improved. And then, obviously, as you mentioned, Mark, Commanders last year had a 4th-place schedule. This year, they got a 2nd-place schedule. So their 2 crossover games are harder than they were last year. So
and they get Seattle and Atlanta in those 2 games. So I don't know if those are world beaters, but it's certainly tougher than playing Carolina and, I think Arizona would be the other one. So that might even be a push with Seattle. So we'll see. We'll see. A lot of pressure. Last year, no pressure on the Commanders, David. They were able, I don't know about, because I don't buy this whole you sneak up on somebody in the NFL. Teams prepare too hard. They're too well coached. There's too much that's into this to really sneak up on people. But there is pressure on the Washington Commanders this year that there was not last year. There are expectations on this team. If they finish 9-8 and miss the playoffs, it will be considered a disappointing year.
Mark, they will have 8 standalone games minimum right now. Basically, half their schedule, they are the game that we are to see. I mean, that week 2 game at Green Bay, that's a Thursday night special.
Right.
You keep on going. And I'm not even talking about the 425 games when basically, to 80+% of the country, you're the only game they're watching. I'm not even talking that. Talked about the Monday night game against the Bears at home. Then they've got another Monday night game where they're in Kansas City. Then they've got it currently scheduled for a Sunday night game against Seattle. Then scheduled for a 9:30 a.m. NFL Network special against the Dolphins in Spain. Come back home, a Sunday night game against Denver. Then the Saturday before Christmas, that's a standalone game. There's only 2 games that day, both on Fox, I think, but they'll be the only whatever. Right now, they're going to play the Eagles in D.C., and that'll be the only game we can see when they play. Then they play a 1:00 game on Christmas Day against the Cowboys. Obviously, that's standalone. It'll be on Netflix. Never mind the fact that they end the year in Philly.
They play Philly 2 of their last 3 games, David.
Right.
So obviously, if they're in it, We'll see how the season ends. But you mentioned, obviously the Chargers game, that's a 425 game. The Dallas game in Dallas is scheduled for a 425 game. The Detroit game at home, a 425 game. And that Philly game right now scheduled for 4, but that's flex scheduling at the end of the year. But that's 3 more Sundays minimum where they're essentially going to be your game of the week.
So if you're a Commanders fan and you can listen to this show right now, sitting at home, there's a very good chance you'll be able to see 11 of their games without having to purchase. Well, I guess you need what? Amazon and Netflix?
Well, you'll need Netflix and Amazon, yes.
Yeah. So, but right now, okay, not dependent on whether or not your local Fox or CBS is going to give you a Commanders game on Sunday at 1 or 425, okay, there's 11 games currently scheduled that you can see. Yeah. We said it for a long time. If the Commanders ever got good, you wait to how many times you saw them on television.
And we told you all last year this was coming.
Yep.
They have a quarterback. They have an exciting quarterback. Miller and Moulton love their quarterback. Question asked in the Twitch chat room, will he, what will year 2 be like for Jaden Daniels? Will he have a CJ Stroud year 2, where it was a step sideways, if not a step backward? A lot of reasons there. Line was banged up. Receivers were banged up. I mean, you can point a lot of fingers as to why the Texans' offense sputtered in year 2. But regardless, the quarterback gets all the accolades when it's going well and then shoulders the blame when it's not. I think, if Jaden Daniel can just take a half a step forward this year, a half a step to a step forward, with more teams gunning for him, with all of the film now on him, if he just continues to move forward, he has another receiver. Looks like the line should be better. Just take a step forward, and I'm satisfied.
So schedule harder a scouting report now for year 2. But you're right, Mark. If they stay healthy on offense, the line will be better with the addition of Tunsil, the addition of Deebo Samuel to McLaurin. He's going to get signed at some point. His wide receiving core will be significantly better. I would like to see him run a little less. I got to be honest. Okay. I know, in college he didn't get hurt either, but that's how RG3's career got ruined. I mean,
I know, but I understand what you're saying. And David, we all know that you're right. But part of what makes him great,
I know,
is that ability to run.
I know.
So I don't want to take any greatness off the shelf. He's got to run to be effective. He does.
Yeah.
He throws the ball incredibly well out of the pocket. But in order for all of those things, all of those elements to be fulfilled, he's got to run it. That element's got to be there. Changes the way safeties play against him. And that opens things up. So I don't think we're going to see him run much less.
No, I don't think so either. I'm just saying that, few times that he runs, I'm just like, hey, get down, get out of bounds. Come on. That's all.
I got you. Miller and Moulton poll questions up. It's about Happy Gilmore, a movie that neither of the hosts have seen yet.
Right.
What did you think of Happy Gilmore 2? We voted haven't watched it. You can vote that or loved it, liked it, didn't like it. Right now, over 50% of you have seen the movie. And out of that, about 35% are in the like it, loved it category. Only 17.5% say they didn't like it.
Okay.
I was planning on watching it this weekend, but the daughter had a sleepover and the wife and I went out of the town, baby.
Wife wanted date night. And you went, well, Happy Gilmore's going to have to wait.
In fact, we had date day and night. We went out and had lunch, had a cocktail, went home, had a nap, and then went back out for dinner.
Damn.
You got it.
It's like you two are still fond of one another.
Apparently so. At least for the moment, David. At least for the moment.
That's what the tea leaves told you, right? You were reading them and you went, guess my stock's up. All right, good.
Miller and Moulton. Baseball trade deadline, 6 o'clock Thursday. Football Hall of Fame games Thursday night at 8, huh? No, I'm not going to watch. I'm just going to let everybody know right now. Don't ask me. Okay.
It will definitely be on the television at some point Thursday evening. You can guarantee it. I don't pay hardly any attention. I just put it on the background, and it makes me feel better. I'm in a better mood. There's helmets, there's shoulder pads. It feels like home, David. It lets you know that real games are not that far away.
Mark, I'm trying to think of the next televised sporting event that will draw more viewers than the Hall of Fame game Thursday night on NBC between the Lions and the Chargers, in which I don't know how many of the 44 offensive and defensive starters will even see the field.
And will it do the biggest number of any of the preseason games? You're good at the TV stuff. Is it the first one do the best, or by the time you do your Monday night preseason game, will that do better?
There's a chance.
There's 4 national games televised, right?
Right. Every network gets a nationally televised game. There's a chance 3 weeks from tonight, the Bengals Commanders game, because it's the second preseason game and both teams have kind of indicated that they're going to play their starters at some point. So maybe everybody who tunes in is going to get a quarter to a quarter and a half of Daniels and Burrow.
So whether it's the Hall of Fame game or the game you speak of, what is the next non-football sporting event that will outdraw the most watch NFL preseason game, if you know what I mean? Because obviously once we get to the regular season in football, college and pro will crush what happened in preseason.
Well, I'm guessing you probably got to go to the division round of the baseball playoffs, because I don't even know if a wild card game will. I mean, maybe if the Yankees are playing an elimination, wild card game.
What will the preseason game do?
I think it'll do at least 8 million.
Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, Mark.
8 million?
Yeah, well, the baseball all-star game did 6.5. Mark, this is helmet and shoulder pads. It's Tirico, it's Collinsworth.
It's July.
People have been waiting over 200 days, Mark. They're foaming at the mouth like a bulldog. Yeah, I think it'll do 8.
Wow. Okay. Miller and Moulton. I guess you're really ready for helmets and shoulder pads. Scott Jackson to talk about the Commanders. That's next on Miller and Moulton.
It's time again for the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football Summit featuring Dr. Roto, Tuesday, August 12th, Shula Show Sports Cafe inside the Doubletree Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Sign up at millerandmoulton.com. You get dinner and the expertise of one of the best fantasy players in the country, and Doc Roto will even give you a cheat sheet for your fantasy draft on your way out the door. Sign up at millerandmoulton.com. Tuesday, August 12th, is our Fantasy Football Summit. Dr. Roto and you. It's a fun night, and we help you win your fantasy football league. With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floormeisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floormeisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dreamweaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floormeisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Jim Thorpe, Pennsylvania. I used to, spend all those years in Scranton. Jim Thorpe was part of our coverage area. Isn't Jim Thorpe near Hazleton? Yeah, I saw it dead struck, but they had 4 out of the 5 on the IL, 2-3 weeks ago. So, but yes, the whole starting 5 now on the injured list. They're only 3 games away from last place. Been a nightmare. Oh.
He's on.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Halfway home on this final Monday of July. Hope you had a great weekend, and thanks for starting your week off with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our poll question. So what'd you think of Happy Gilmore 2? Loved it, liked it, didn't like it? I haven't seen it. Miller and Moulton didn't get to it yet. We will, just not yet. Vote accordingly. Make sure you go to millerandmoulton.com and sign up for our Fantasy Football Summit with Dr. Roto. It's 2 weeks from tomorrow, millerandmoulton.com. Scott Jackson's kind enough to join us once again. He's the television or play-by-play voice for Old Dominion football and basketball. He's also part of the Commanders Radio Network. And weekday afternoons, he's the afternoon drive host on ESPN 94.1. You can follow Scott on X at Jackson Sports. Scott, it's David and Mark. Hope camp is treating you well. How are you?
Excellent, guys. How you doing?
Well, we are doing fine. First off, how big a deal is this Santana Moss honor? Was that one that Commanders fans were clamoring for? I know he's part of the radio network, and so he's still very visible, but just, he had a terrific career. I think for some of us, it caught us by surprise that he's a Ring of Honor guy. Your thoughts? Was this long overdue?
Yeah, but, not as overdue as some of these, jersey retirements we're finally getting to with Darryl Green last year and Art Monk and, Sonny Jurgensen, 3 years prior to that. I mean, they're still missing John Riggins. But yeah, I mean, look, it's weird because Santana was in the era with Dan Snyder. Dan Snyder usually took care of Dan Snyder era guys and skipped other, the better eras, frankly. So it was a little bit surprising. I thought Santana was already in the Ring of Fame. I didn't know that he wasn't until the other day when they announced it. But I mean, I know that they do like one of these a year, two of these a year. So, I'm glad. He was a really good player, much like Terry McLaurin. He played with some really mediocre to bad quarterbacks, Unfortunately, in 2012, when RG3 got here, he was kind of, down the pecking order a little bit at quarterback, although he had some big plays with Robert back in that time. And then, Jay Gruden foolishly did not use him enough early in his time here to kind of phase Santana out, which was unfortunate because he still had plenty to add at that point. But yeah, always a really good player. And, it was one of the smart things that actually Serrato and Snyder did, which is flipping Lavernius Coles for Santana Moss.
All right. We enter this season in a territory that Commanders fans and Commanders players and front office personnel, quite frankly, aren't used to. Expectations. Last year, there were none, and they exceeded anything that might have been out there. I just contested in our last segment, if Jaden Daniels just takes a half a step forward, if he takes a full step, great. But to not avoid the sophomore slump, just a half a step forward, I'd be happy. Would Commander Faithful be happy with that?
Yeah, it's funny because I do think one of the few things this fan base seems to agree upon, which is, as great as it would be to be back in the NFC Championship game or heck, in the Super Bowl and all that, really, it's still at the point where in this rebuild, retool, whatever you want to call it, where it is about quarterback growth and quarterback improvement and, not having that second season fall off, that you see sometimes. The case of, this franchise, clearly not a lot of this gets compared to Robert Griffin III for his time here. But remember, he, suffered a severe knee injury, late in that rookie season, should have never gone back on the field. I mean, frankly, if adults were running the room, that would have never happened. Or the bare minimum, pulled out of the Seattle game and never been allowed to come back in that playoff game. But yeah, I mean, I do think that's a big thing. I mean, I kind of laugh a little bit when people say C.J. Stroud had this big sophomore slump. I mean, they still won the division, won a playoff game. Maybe a call or two is, different in that game against Kansas City. They win that game. There's a lot of ways to look at the C.J. Stroud quote slump season anyway. But yeah, I think it is all based off of Jaden and improvement and, just – as far as all the off the field stuff, he seems to continue to check all the boxes. He's not spending a lot of time on social media and doing like side projects or whatever. You know, he's very hyper focused on football, which is great. And I'm not saying you have to be completely into football, but I do think early in your career, you know, as they say, keep the first thing first, and he's really good at that.
Scott Jackson, Afternoon Drive, 94.1 ESPN, part of the Commanders Radio Network, the voice of Old Dominion football and basketball. Follow Scott on X at Jackson Sports, Jackson Sports. Am I wrong, but are the Commanders in a very interesting spot with their roster? Because you got the rookie quarterback, so you kind of want to push, you know, somewhat in while you can afford them. But then again, you know, they get Debo, they get Tunsil, but they're not a young team, are they? I mean, they got a lot of 30-year-olds on this team, don't they?
Well, they do. I mean, you know, statistically, they are one of the higher people in that regard. Because remember, they basically just cut all the fat out of here from what Ron Rivera's era was. I mean, there's some guys hanging on, obviously, and there's guys from before that, like Terry McLaurin here, who is about, you know, is going to be 30, and that's obviously a large topic of conversation around here. But yeah, they went all, you know, you could say all in with some trades, like the one for Lattimore last year at the deadline. Laramie Tunsil this offseason, although, you know, depending on who you talk to, he's not really showing that, and he's still got a lot of good football in front of him. And obviously, Debo's on a show-me deal. They don't have any crazy contracts, though, right? Like, they're not invested heavily. So where I push back on people who are like, well, this is similar to, you know, the 2000 Redskins with Snyder when they got all these old has-been guys. Well, you know, by the way, you know, Bobby Wagner was an all-pro last year. He's not a has-been. Lattimore, yeah, there's a lot of questions about him. Can he stay healthy? Tunsil, for a bad year for him, still had a better year than most left tackles in the NFL. But now he has to do it here. And obviously Debo's, quote, down year in San Francisco got him traded to Washington. But, you know, for what they want to do with this offense and the work that he's put in this offseason, I think the vibes are really good about what they're going to get out of him. But, yeah, I mean, there are guys that are, you know, older, but all of which still seem to contribute a lot, including Zach Ertz, who had a great season last year. And they're all on short-term contracts. Like, they haven't invested, like, long-term big money in it. And that also gets back to some of the frustration with the fan base and this kind of curiosity as to why they haven't at least invested in their number one wide receiver to this point in Terry McLaurin.
All right. If there's an area of weakness on this team or an area you're most concerned about heading into the season, what is it?
Well, I still think the secondary, you know, again, going back to Lattimore, what does he look like? Because he's a guy from almost 4 seasons ago, darn near, when he was all-pro level, Pro Bowl level. You know, is he that guy? Can he get back to anywhere close to that? Because they did, again, kind of pay him or trade for him to be that guy. The corner on the other side, you know, rookie Trey Amos, or is it Jonathan Jones as a veteran? You know, Mike Sainristil played excellent as a rookie, got better each week, and I think they really feel good about him being the nickel back. So that situation, and then safety, because, you know, they did have a good year from Jeremy Chin in some regards, but obviously they didn't think it was good enough to pay him, so he went to the Raiders. They bring in Will Harris. How does that swap work? And obviously, can they stop the run? Because they couldn't last year. They try to get bigger there. They bring in, you know, Javon Kinlaw, Dedrick Wise, you know, and obviously Von Miller's the pass rush specialist. Eddie Goldman's brought in if he makes the team. He'll be a rotational guy in that tackle position. But, you know, I think a lot of it goes to their, you know, to that defense. You know, a lot of the questions are in defense. I think offensively, they've improved the offensive line just by bringing in Tunsil, but they've also in turn, you know, drafted a Josh Connerly, who's the heir apparent at left tackle, could also play right tackle potentially right away. So I think people feel good about the offense, and rightfully so. But the defense is where a lot of the questions lie, I think, at this point. It's a tougher schedule, guys. I mean, they play much better quarterbacks this year. Last year, they did catch a break with some of the quarterbacks they played, and as you guys know, they won a lot of games late late wins in a lot of those cases, you know, led by number 5.
And the quarterbacks they faced in the final third of the season, also, they got lucky. They faced a lot of backups. But, yeah, I mean, when you go from 3 wins to 12, things certainly line up for you. All right. So how bad's this ankle injury from McLaurin? And as best you can tell, is the holdup money per year or guaranteed money?
Yeah, that's $1 million question, or multi-million-dollar question in this case, that nobody really has a good grasp on. I'll say this about this negotiation, this stalemate, whatever you want to call it. At least it isn't public, right? We don't know. I mean, I think a lot of speculation is the Commanders don't want to go, you know, as long because of the age. He'll be 30 in the first month of the season. then that he looks at himself, as at least DK Metcalf. It was a Metcalf deal, but we don't know. I mean, neither side has really explained this or, back channel this through the media. I don't think the Commanders will. I think one thing we've learned in a short period of time with Adam Peters, that time with Bill Belichick in New England was very impactful to him. There's a lot of Patriot way in the things they do and the way they handle their business. Not a lot of leaking, as in not a lot of as in zero when it comes to these type of things. Whereas in the past, we had some messy front offices that love to go to the media with everything and their side of everything. So you don't get that here. And the McLaurin ankle thing, like any athlete that's played sports for a long time, like a basketball player, I could probably find knee tendonitis or whatever, in them. But I think, they did the calculus and figured out, hey, man, this is not getting us anywhere, burning this money. And I always figured Terry wasn't going to be a long-term holdout. Too good of a guy, number one. Number two, he started this holdout, in town, which is kind of a giveaway. He's at a hot yoga class in Ashburn on day one of training camp. So he was always nearby. I think the encouraging thing is he's in. His agent was actually at practice yesterday. That's also probably encouraging. But at the end of it, I don't think he's holding out for the whole full season, and he does have a contract. I mean, you can take sides in this stuff, and I could see Terry's end of it, and I can also see the team's end of it. But at the end of the day, he's got a contract, and do you really want to give up that money? I mean, it's a lot of money to pass on. And I don't think he's not going to do that. So we'll see if it gets done. I mean, as you know, the 49er deals, and again, that's a little bit of Adam Peters' background. They tended to drag into camps for an extended period of time. This does not appear to be as sloppy as the Brandon Ayuk thing that went last year. Of course, Adam Peters was not there then, or some of the other ones prior to that. So that's the good news here. I think, despite Terry's frustration and some of the things he said, nobody said anything they can't take back at this point.
He's the voice of Old Dominion football and basketball. Afternoon Drive, 94.1 ESPN. He's part of the Commanders Radio Network. He's Scott Jackson. Follow him on X at Jackson Sports. Jackson Sports. Scott, thanks for your time as always. Try to stay cool, and we'll talk to you by the opener.
All right, guys. Thanks so much. Talk to you soon.
Scott Jackson, kind enough to join us once again on the American Paint Supplies Hotline. Your one-stop shop for all your coating needs here on Moulton.
The radio show host in Scott Jackson probably doesn't like the fact that someone's not running to the media to make content a little easier. But someone who wants the team to have success has to just relish in the fact of how different this organization is from the previous ownership group, how much more they act like adults and conduct their business as such. If I'm a fan of this team, I'm encouraged by the no leaks. I'm encouraged by the fact that seemingly they've got their act together and are doing things the right way. We'll see how it translates on the field this year for Jaden Daniels and the Commanders. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
Summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Defining a new era in Men's Health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I got a couple updates. You got anything? I got a couple updates. You got anything?
Not really. I mean, not show updates. I just saw a thing that the Cowboys guards out 2 to 3 months. I would like to spend the long segment, unless you have something else, talking Big Ten
Okay.
and just how Petitti's been able to get those coaches to buy into a system that nobody's in favor of.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes after the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our poll question, did you like Happy Gilmore 2? Loved it, liked it, didn't like it, haven't seen it. It dropped on Netflix on Friday. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. For the record, most of you seem to like it, although a decent number have not seen it. Very few have disliked it. Okay. Miller and Moulton, for the record, have not seen it. So we will, probably sometime during the week, but not yet. Make sure you go to millerandmoulton.com, not only to download anything you miss on the show, like our interview last segment with Scott Jackson about the Commanders, but also sign up. Fantasy Football Summit with Dr. Roto. Dinner. Miller and Moulton will be there. A couple 2-3 hours. All right. Bell Tower Shops. Shoeless Joe Sports Cafe. Fort Myers. 2 weeks tomorrow, August 12th. All right. It's our big event every year. Hope to see you there.
And I've laughed because David's been promoting it throughout the show. And he's like, hour and a half, 2 hours. Let me explain it to you this way. David's putting an end time on it. There is not an end time on the Fantasy Football Summit. It's over when you kind of say it's over.
Right.
Roto's great. He takes all your questions. We hang out. It's a very good night, very fun night. We'd love to see you out there.
So I want to update something that I said 2 segments ago. Talking Hall of Fame game ratings for football.
Okay.
And I said very confidently that it'll do 8 million.
And that floored me. I was stunned when you said that. But you're the TV numbers guy. I don't really question that. Did you find that you were off a little bit?
Probably by 1 million, and here's why. So last year doesn't count. There was a storm that came in right around halftime, and the game got called. So it was, half a game. For the record, by the way, it did 5 million. And that was for, I don't even know if we made it to halftime. 2 years ago, Browns-Jets, 6.3 million. So basically, this year's baseball all-star game was 2 years ago's Hall of Fame football game. Now, I don't know if it matters who the teams are that are in the game. I mean, is Lions, Chargers, Dan Campbell, Jim Harbaugh, is that sexier than, Stefanski and Saleh and the Browns and the Jets? And, remember, Aaron Rodgers had signed with the Jets. Now, he didn't play in the game, and we knew he wasn't going to play in the game. But, anyway, it did 6.3 million 2 years ago. So, I mean, for over-under purposes, Mark, I should probably put it in the mid to high sixes. But I'm going to go over.
And that is so nuts to me. You're probably right. I don't think it matters necessarily who the teams are.
I don't either. But I just wanted for perspective, and I think it's going to be 8, and that would be a whopper based on recent numbers. But, we'll see. I sense people are twitching and foaming at the mouth a little bit more than they usually are. We get a read during the summer how the sports fans doing. Are they doing okay? Are they going to make it? Did they break their mailbox when the Phil Steele arrived? Did they go to Barnes and Noble and where is it? Go in the back, look for it. I just sense that this year the hands are shaking more than normal about football. That's more twitching than usual.
Really interesting, because I don't think it's more. I don't know if it's less. I think part of it, at least to me, the baseball season still has so many teams that are involved. Whether or not they're playoff teams, whether or not they can do anything if they make the playoffs is irrelevant. Fact is, there are a lot of teams that at this point last year weren't in it. So I would think that the angst towards getting to a game wouldn't be as high. Also, the golf season's been pretty decent this year. So, I mean,
for you and I, we're not twitching at all.
at all.
No, we've enjoyed the sports spring and early summer. No, we love it. Okay. But I just get the sense from those around me that they're kind of looking at me like, yeah, that's real cute what you're talking about. Can we just, I need my football. I'm just sensing that. I could be off. Could be off. Along those lines, the Dolphins had Artie Burns blow out his knee, the Canes DB, and obviously he's lost for the year. So they went and signed a couple DBs over the weekend, one of which they made official this morning, Mike Hilton, veteran corner. Hilton officially signing with the Dolphins. They released some third, fourth string running back. This is a pretty big story, though, Mark, coming out of Cowboys camp. First one to report it was Todd Archer. Second one was Adam Schefter. Mark, what's the only thing that counts during training camp and preseason?
And I mean the only thing that counts are the injuries. And the Cowboys reporting one, Rob Jones, who they signed as a free agent. He'd been working with the starters at guard, kind of fighting for a position battle. Well, no more fight. He's hurt. Did I see it right? Out 6 to 8 months.
He broke a bone in his neck, Mark. So what I saw was minimum 3 months, but I mean, would it really shock anybody if he missed the year? Once again, he broke a bone in his neck.
Yeah, that seems to be a problem.
I would think just to play it safe, they would put him on season-ending IR. I know it's IL now, but I mean, that guy broke his neck.
But that's out this morning from Cowboys camp. So certainly a blow to that team. What is this like? I talk about a team that I like and they get an injury for crying out loud.
Oh, and this is the unfortunate thing. We've talked about it in college now with backups not wanting to stay and wait their turn. They'll go somewhere else, even if it's at a lower level, to play immediately. We know it's been a while in which a lot of NFL teams have had quality backups along the line of scrimmage. And the Cowboys have lost their depth in the last 2-3 years.
Yeah, between retirement, guys leaving for other reasons. They thought they had fortified the line. They were pretty happy with what they've done between draft picks and signing free agents, that they had improved that line because they, obviously drafted Booker in the first round. They thought their line was going to be a bit healthier and a bit better than it was a year ago. And it's going to have to be if this team's going to show an improvement. Like I said, I do like that, if Pickens can act somewhat normal with he and CeeDee Lamb, that should be a hell of a duo. In fact, there aren't many better than that in the league.
I will say, and I know it hasn't happened yet, but does anybody think Micah Parsons is not only going to get paid, but get paid staggeringly well by Jerry and the Cowboys? Just like he paid CeeDee Lamb staggeringly well, and he paid Dak staggeringly well.
Yeah, you answered the question yourself there, David. I mean, that's literally what I was going to come back with. Who hasn't he paid? What star hasn't gotten paid by Jerry?
Well, when they gave tight end Jake Ferguson over the weekend 4 years, $52 million, 30 guaranteed, and a $12 million signing bonus, he didn't catch a touchdown pass last year. He's caught 7 in 3 years. He's averaging less than 10 yards a catch his first 3 years in the league. He's averaging 50 catches for under 500 yards a season and 2 touchdowns. And they made him like the 6th, 7th highest paid tight end in the league? I mean, Jerry has no idea how to do a bargain deal.
No, waiting until the last minute in this league is not a cost-effective way to run your business. And yet every time he waits until the last possible second to sign any player.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine, no more snoring, no more tossing, no more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
This
sound.
is Miller and Moulton.
Yeah, two corners they lost, Fly Panda. Well, Puck, he didn't play. I don't know how big Rogers being on the sidelines for the Jets. But, I mean, maybe it was just enough media attention to, even though he wasn't going to play, to get people to watch. Fly Panda training camps used to be better because they used to hold them at colleges. Now most teams hold them on their own.
Yeah,
property.
they're actually far more private now than they
Right.
were a generation ago. I remember I had long moved out of Saginaw, where I'm from, but the Lions moved their camp to Saginaw Valley State University, and it turned several of my family members into much bigger Lions fans than I think they ever would have been otherwise. Like my cousin Cody used to go with his dad every year. His dad would take him to training camp. It was a big deal. Big deal. And those, it's why Latrobe's still such a big deal. Even, I don't know, Rodgers is such an enigma anyhow, but even the thing I heard with Rodgers talking about being back in the dorms and how much time you spend with the guys, and he goes, it's fun. Yeah. These guys when they can be loose like this and actually hang out, they like it. A lot of them do.
So the camps used to be much more public, but if you're just talking about media attention, obviously the league is just so much bigger. And last 20 years with NFL Network covering every team's camp and ESPN then doing the same, and which is funny because there's never been less news at training camp than there is now. Almost all the draft picks are assured of making the team. How many position battles do we really have?
Shaq's been doing a lot of pods. He did the Kelsey's pod. They asked him the funniest thing that happened on the show, and he goes, when Chuck went after San Antonio. And then he talked about getting called into a meeting at 2. We got called into a meeting at 2:00. That's early for us. And they're, giving Chuck a hard time about what he said about San Antonio. Chuck, I know. I'll apologize. I know. And they start the show. Ernie starts, and Chuck says, I got something to say. And if any of you think I'm going to apologize to San Antonio, you're nuts. I got a contract. You want to fire me? Fire me.
God, I love that.
Yes. Yes, you do. And you should.
I can't wait till they bash ESPN this year, and then while on ESPN, and then they look right into the camera and say, "Hey, just shut up and run the show, okay? Just shut up and run the show."
What do you mean they're children? I mean, let's face it. I'm guessing most of them are still children. I mean, if given the choice, wouldn't you be? I spent a lot of years in locker rooms and traveling with teams. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour, till the bonus hour of Miller and Moulton. Thanks so much for being with us. Full question. Did you see the movie Happy Gilmore 2? If so, what'd you think? And if you didn't see it, well, there's a place for you to say that. Miller and Moulton yet to see it. We'll get to it, just not yet. At Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. If you go to millerandmoulton.com and download the interviews that you may have missed, like Scott Jackson at the top of this hour, while you're there, sign up for our Fantasy Football Summit. It's 2 weeks tomorrow. All right. And we picked a date that we are pretty confident that most of you are not having your fantasy draft yet, so that this could have optimum value. But my guess is, if we're 2 weeks and a day away from the summit, you're probably within 3 or so weeks away from your fantasy draft.
So join us, Shoeless Joe Sports Cafe. It's a great night. We have a lot of fun. Dr. Roto will give you more information than you've probably ever been able to get in one sitting about fantasy football, but also really about football. I mean, Doc gets into why teams are going to be good, how they're going to exploit other teams, what matchups to look for as you go through your fantasy season, how to set your rosters, how to maintain players and get players throughout the season. It's incredibly informative. Great night, Shoeless Joe Sports Cafe, August 12th. Sign up, millerandmoulton.com. It's also on our Facebook page. I've pinned it to my X profile. There are plenty of ways you can get the information. If none of those work for you, text me at 21,000 and we'll make sure that you get the information.
Now,
David,
yeah,
I want to talk a little college football, however.
Okay.
Because I want some of what Tony Batiti has. And I don't know what it necessarily is, but Greg Sankey doesn't have it because Greg Sankey wanted all these automatic qualifiers for his conference. And his coaches vehemently told him, no, that's not how we want to operate. And somehow, some way, Batiti has been able to convince seemingly every coach in the Big Ten that the only way to go forward is with the 4 automatic bids for the Big Ten and the SEC, 2 for the Big 12 and the ACC, and the rest distributed, 1 for the Group of 5, 1 for Notre Dame if they qualify, and then the at-large teams. And David, for the life of me, I can't understand why all of the coaches have been in lockstep with Batiti when nobody wants this. There's not a college football fan out there that I'm aware of that's for the automatic qualifier bids. When you look at polls on it, people don't want this. So what did he, what little thing did he buy? What snake oil did he get that he gave to these coaches that make those coaches follow him as closely to this as they are?
Well, I think that the Big Ten coaches are not as arrogant as the SEC coaches. And here's what I mean by that. The SEC coaches are convinced you open up all the wild card spots on a yearly basis. We'll have a minimum of 4 teams in this playoff. We'll probably have 5 or 6. Mark, I don't think the Big Ten coaches think that way. I think the Big Ten coaches are like, we should get 4 every year. We should. The quality of play, take a look at the NFL draft and how many of our guys are going, blah, blah, blah. We should get 4. The other thing that I believe Tony Petitti has pitched them on is money. Mark, this whole 3 versus 6, 4 versus 5 thing, Petitti and Sankey really want it, but Petitti really wants it. And I don't see how it has a chance of working unless you're guaranteed 4. Because then you can at least sell the game as, well, this is a playing game. Now, we can argue how unfair it is to the 3 seed that they got to play the 6 seed, maybe for the second time. Okay, blah, blah, blah. But Petitti wants 3 end of the regular season playoff games. One is the conference championship, and then he wants 3 versus 6 and 4 versus 5. And the winner of those 2 games are guaranteed spots in the playoff. And then the losers of those games are still in play for one of the 2 or potentially 3 wild card spots still remaining. Because we're assuming it will get to 16. That they will come to an agreement by December 1st and get to 16. And Petitti seems more hell-bent about this than Sankey does. And I'll say this, Mark. I don't think the 3, 6, 4, 5 has a snowball's chance in blank of catching on unless it is truly a play-in game.
So Stuart Mandel was able to ask Petitti at a news conference if public opinion factors into anything with these discussions. Petitti, fans have not indicated overwhelmingly that they do not want a system where certain conferences get more bids than others. I am not aware of massive studies with real research that have demonstrated that. Mandel followed that up with, and he got the follow-up. And that, David, we all know how key the follow-up is. Where he said, I did an unscientific X poll where 75% of the respondents preferred a 5-11 system. Petitti responded with, we feel pretty strongly that fans will gravitate to a play-in weekend. In what universe? I'm born and raised in Big Ten country. And David, I know what you're saying, and I get that it's for money, but it is painfully obvious that Petitti, and we know this, and I should know it, and I shouldn't even get even a little bit upset, that Petitti doesn't give a damn about college football. He doesn't. He only cares about making more money for the Big Ten, no matter what he does to the sport. And this is so asinine to me that I hope like hell Big Ten fan really pushes back. Really pushes back. I mean, the fact that we're going to let Indiana get away with dumping all their Power 4 teams for the next, 6 years or 4 years? They've dumped all their Power 4 teams from their non-conference schedule. And their coach just says, we're trying to adopt an SEC scheduling philosophy. You're Indiana. Shut up. I am so agitated by the Big Ten right now. 2 national championships in a row and they're going to rewrite all of the rules of college football themselves? The rest of the sport be damned?
Well, Mark, I mean, what's the old adage? You have more leverage before you get the job than you do once you get it. I mean, this is the time to flex your muscle if you're a commissioner of a conference. I mean, you might as well. You might as well push as hard as you can for something now. Maybe the other side breaks. Here's the one encouraging thing that I believe. Apparently, Sankey and Petiti are like talking every day. Apparently, they talk 4 or 5 times a week. That they get along fine. They see it differently. You know, like you mentioned, Petiti's coaches seem in line with what he's saying. Sankey was selling something that his coaches told him, that sucks. That's stupid. What are you doing? So he's got to deal with that back home.
The one thing where you and I have both been incredibly surprised, and the more I think about it, I'm a little bit stunned that Petiti would be on his own island with this without getting Phillips from the ACC or Yormark, one of them from the Big 12, to agree with him. And you and I have always thought that Yormark should be the one that agrees with Petiti and guarantee his conference 2 teams, because we think the likelihood of the Big 12 getting 1 is much more high than the Big 12 ever getting 3.
Yeah, I think if we do 5 by 11 for 10 years, okay, do you think the Big 12 will get 20 bids? Over under 19 and a half?
And I would go way under.
I would go under. I would think it'd be in the 16, 17 range. Okay, whereas obviously if you're guaranteed 2 over 20 years, the lowest your number can be is 20.
Yeah, I'd put that over under at 16 and a half, and I might go under.
Wow. Okay.
Because I think they'd average 1.5 a year. That's what I believe.
But I still think it's posturing. It's July. We got 4 months.
And if that's the case, then I don't know why I just don't know. Big Ten fan, 21,000. There's a lot of you out there. Are you okay with this? Do you think this is right? Do you think this is the best move for the Big Ten? If David's right and it's posturing, there's time to fix it. And I know ultimately the Big Ten is trying to make a strong play to get the SEC teams to play 9 conference games. I get it. And that's the war behind the war, if you will.
Well, but also remember, Mark, publicly 6-8 weeks ago, Sankey was on Petiti's side.
Right.
Okay. So Petiti, I think, is kind of looking at Sankey a little cross-eyed, like, dude, you know, and I know, and most people who are paying attention know that you were on my side with this. That actually it was the Brett Yormarks of the world that were saying, no, we don't like this. Notre Dame was fine with it as long as we were, saying, hey, if you guys are top 15 worthy, you get a spot. Notre Dame's like, well, we'll take care of that. Group of 5 was fine. They're like, still holding a spot for us? Okay.
So I'm very interested in what Big Ten fan thinks about this. You know, I know what SEC fan thinks, that we're going to get, that we deserve 8. I get it. It just means more, all of those things. But I am fascinated by what Big Ten fan thinks about this.
Do you think that either the ACC or the Big 12 should push their chips to the front of the table? Like if I was the Big 12, I mean, if you're talking the big game there, Mr. Yormark, okay, challenge the Big 10 to a basketball-like week 1 or week 2 football weekend where we have the Big 10, Big 12 challenge.
And because the Big 12 part of their TV deal is with Fox, probably the only conference that could pull that off right now, David.
Now, obviously, the very popular one would be
Imagine if the Big Ten and the SEC did it. But I don't think that either conference would agree to it. First off, we think the SEC is going to be forced to play a ninth conference game here for the next TV deal, number one. And number two, there are a half dozen SEC schools who already have built-in rivalries. You know, Florida's not going to be able to drop Florida State. South Carolina can't drop Clemson. Georgia can't drop Georgia Tech. I mean, the grief is just too much. And so then those schools will be like, hold on a second. Now you want to sign up? We're going to do 9 conference games. I got to play my big non-conference game in state. And you want to sign up for a weekend challenge? I mean,
David, according to Petiti, non-conference games don't matter. You just want to be 6-3 in conference.
Right. Here's the other thing that I believe is happening, Mark. Petiti got outflanked here. I don't think Petiti fully understands that college football is an opinion sport. And I'm being serious about that. And that Tony doesn't understand the value of these media days and that going last can hurt you.
Well, I got to tell you, I threw on a little Big Ten Network on Friday just because I was bored. And I know they were running tape stuff throughout the week. But every time they're interviewing, whether it was players from a team or a head coach, there was no juice in that room. Not the way when you watched the SEC media days that there's juice with fans. I think they learned their lesson going to Vegas, and I'm sure they'll have to go out west, once or twice a decade to appease the 4 teams that are on the West Coast. But that was a move that was a huge miss to me by the Big Ten Conference. James Franklin, by the way, leveled the Big Ten for being leveled the Big Ten for being in Vegas.
And there were a couple of others that once he did it, joined the party. Yeah, I don't think they'll do it again. My understanding was they were supposed to have it in Indianapolis or Chicago. Somebody didn't file the paperwork properly. The building was lost, and they had to last minute, and who could do a convention last minute? Vegas. So I don't know that they're going back. But I think Petiti's getting outflanked in the PR battle. And so he tried to, stick his chest out and be strong, Mark. And you and I aren't buying it. It's time again for the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football Summit featuring Dr. Roto, Tuesday, August 12th, Shula Show Sports Cafe inside the Doubletree Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Sign up at millerandmoulton.com. You get dinner and the expertise of one of the best fantasy players in the country, and Doc Roto will even give you a cheat sheet for your fantasy draft on your way out the door. Sign up at millerandmoulton.com. Tuesday, August 12th is our Fantasy Football Summit. Dr. Roto and you. It's a fun night, and we help you win your fantasy football.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
Got a cracked window or foggy glass? Don't wait for the next storm to make it worse. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business is just down the road and ready to help. From leaky frames to shattered panes, we've got the tools and the know-how to get your home or business storm ready. With flexible scheduling and our done right promise, you'll be in good hands. So before or after the weather hits, call your neighbors at Glass Doctor.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor. We fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floormeisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
You might be right, Adam. You might be right. How many teams would you want in a super conference, by the way? And you're in a spot, you're a Florida fan. You're in the super conference no matter what. I kind of look at it, I was looking at those college evaluations of football programs. My Spartans, by money, should be in there. But by the way they play, they shouldn't. So I don't know if we get left out of it. I mean, we're right on the bubble of the super conference. Probably in, but a team that's going to get their butt kicked in the super conference. And what would be fascinating to me about a super conference is how loyal or not loyal the Big Ten and SEC would be to some of to the low-hanging fruit, if you know what I mean. Would the SEC want to make sure Mississippi State gets in, or would they just not care? Happy birthday, Jake. How are you? Oh, it made it to its first birthday. I did not realize that. I saw that it was born at I thought it was just born, so it's a year. All right.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the bonus hour on this final Monday of July. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our poll question, did you like Happy Gilmore 2? Yeah, I liked it. Hell, I loved it. I didn't like it. I haven't even seen it. Those are 4 choices. Vote accordingly. Miller and Moulton, for the record, yet to see it. So far, I don't think anybody spoiled it for us. Not that we're spoiling a masterpiece here, but, you know, folks have chimed in with a few opinions about the movie, but haven't given us a storyline or anything like that. So that's good.
Well, I think the storyline is he's going to attempt to win a tournament in his comeback. I think without having really seen many trailers, we know the storyline.
In that sense, yeah. Can I go back to this whole play-in thing? If you're running college football in any way, shape, or form, is there really something you think the fans won't tolerate? And I'm being as big a jerk as I can be here. Seriously. You really think? I mean,
no, David, you're right in this sense. If it's helmets and shoulder pads, whether it's Saturday or Sunday, whatever it is they do, we just continue to watch. You know, whether it's on Sunday that people think the league's gotten a little softer and the quarterback's hits and tackling and all of the things that we used to watch a generation ago aren't part of the game anymore, but we watch in bigger numbers than ever before. So in that regard, David, you know what? Petiti may be right. The fans will gravitate towards it because they don't have a choice.
I mean, is the 3-6-4-5 play-in game a worse idea than some of the non-conference scheduling that we put up with as fans?
No, David, it's not. But comparing Indiana scheduling Kennesaw State to a 3-6 game is not a very good argument, in my opinion. What the fan wants is they want good non-conference games to great non-conference games, and then they want them to play non-conference games. And the question you asked a long time ago, if that ever were to come, could the college football fan handle essentially the best team in the country going 10-2 that year?
Right? Can they handle losses? How many of you fan bases can handle losses? Because the better we make these schedules, the more losses you're going to have. Can you handle it?
And Adam in the chat room proposed, at least to me, an interesting question, or an interesting thought, rather. He just said something to the effect of, I think this is just basically greasing the skids for a super league down the road. And you were doing something during the break, and I asked, and I know Adam's a Florida fan, so I don't think it affects Adam if there's a super league, because Florida's in. So to me, if in 2033 or whenever this deal's done and we go to a super league versus what we have now, a couple of questions. One, as a college football fan, are you for it? Because I look at my alma mater, who from a financial standpoint would probably be in. From an on-field standpoint, they'd be on the verge of not being in. And would the Big Ten and the SEC for a super conference be all on, we've got to get all of our membership in? Or maybe it's time we cut the cord. You know, would the SEC cut the cord with Mississippi State, for instance, and say, we really don't need them in this super conference? And if you're one of those have-nots, do you want to be in a super conference where your job is to get drilled every year by the haves?
Okay. Here's why I don't believe the super conference will happen. Besides the fact that right now, neither the SEC nor the Big Ten want it to happen. Mark, a super conference eliminates wins, potentially. And it gets back to the whole, can the college fan handle being the NFL fan? For whatever reason, And many of the people listening right now are fans of Saturdays and Sundays. Why is it the thought of 8-4 on Saturday, you grind your teeth and you can't stand it? But if I could guarantee that your Sunday team would go 11-6 every year or 12-5, you would do the happy dance. So that to me is number one. It's the super conference is scheduling too many losses and not enough wins. Here's the bigger issue, though, that I think is coming. Mark, if we have a super conference, doesn't everybody get the same check?
Yes.
Okay.
To a point. I'm sure that they would handle the playoff money differently. I think they would all get a check off of their deal, and your success would give you the opportunity to make more.
Fair enough. Here's what I think is coming in the 2030s. And we said this 2-3 years ago. The Ohio States and the Michigans and the Penn States, and if USC can get their act together, if Oregon stays where they are, there's going to be a tier in the Big Ten that's going to look at, and we all know who the bottom tier is, and they're going to look at them and go, yeah, we ain't splitting this money evenly. Ohio State's going to look at the rest of the conference, half, 2/3 of the teams in the conference, and go, we're nationally televised every week, literally every week. And we should get the same amount of money as you? I don't think so. And the Minnesotas and the Indianas and the Purdues of the Big Ten, Northwestern, when the big boys look at them and go, you ain't getting full shares anymore. You get it if you're good, but you ain't getting it just because you're in this conference. Because quite frankly, we're carrying this conference. And don't think we're not.
And to your point, David, what did the ACC just do? So if you don't think that Sankey and Petiti and the schools in the SEC and the Big Ten are not monitoring what's going on in the ACC and how those payments are, you're crazy.
And I think it's going to happen in the SEC. Now, it'll be very interesting where the line gets drawn. Okay. I mean, we could all right now do the mental gymnastics. Who's on the top line? And remember how quickly it can change. You know, Alabama's on the top line. Got it. I think LSU will be on the top line. Okay. Right now, Georgia's definitely on the top line.
Texas, top line.
Top line. Right. Florida on the top line?
They're right there, David. Because
Now,
Florida moves the needle a little bit.
They absolutely do.
They certainly move the needle.
Absolutely they do. But does it depend at the time of these negotiations where Florida's football program is, or are they just top line? By the way, what if Tennessee's back? Tennessee top line? I mean, this will get, you want to talk about infighting. Egos and money involved here? Who's top line, who's not? Is Oklahoma top line? Or does it depend on whether or not Venables or the next coach can get their act together?
Right. Is Oklahoma closer to the top line, or are they closer to becoming Nebraska?
But I believe that's going to happen in the two major conferences here the next time their TV deal's up. And I believe the Big Ten TV deal's up first. I would bet whatever you want the bet to be of what it is that I have in life, okay, there is no way that Ohio State, Michigan, and Penn State are going to share their money evenly and then pick whichever 3-4 schools you want to pick. There's just no way. No way they're going to do it. And they're going to look at everybody and go, tell me why we should have to. Can you honestly tell me that Northwestern football is equal to us? Seriously? And then you could make the whole NFL argument, this, that, and the other thing. They're going to go, yeah, I don't know what to tell you. Times have changed.
You're right, David. You're absolutely right. And what backs you up is that the Athletic just did a article basically showing the value of each college football program. And when you look at what they value, Ohio State nearly $2 billion, to that of Minnesota, who's 23rd on this list at $562 million. I mean, they're saying basically that Ohio State's worth 4 times as much as Minnesota. The reason I brought up Minnesota and not Northwestern is Northwestern doesn't even make the survey.
So, Mark, that's what I think is going to happen, but not the super conference. The civil war is going to happen inside of both conferences. And unfortunately, the haves not have no leverage. I mean, honestly, because that's what the big boys can do. They can look right at you and go, well, we can form a super conference and cut you out. So,
well, I don't think, but they can't completely cut them out if they, unless the super conference is only going to have 12 teams in it, David. If you're going to have a legit NFL type super conference where you're talking a minimum of 32 and more than likely 40 teams,
right.
Some will get cut out, but they can't cut all of them out.
Well, what if you get the big boys and they look at the bottom half and they just say, okay, and I'll make the numbers just round figure, very easy. Let's just say every school gets 70 million right now. And in the next TV deal, Ohio State and Michigan and what have you, let's go, listen, you're not going to get 70 anymore. You're going to get 50. We're going to get 90. Why? Because we're Ohio State, Michigan, Penn State, et cetera. That's just the way it works. Suck it up and deal. By the way, we'll have this bonus pool of playoff money or TV appearances and what have you. If you're good, hell, you can make that money up. But normal year, we're making 90, you're making 50. This money on the side's in play. Go get good. What leverage do the 50 million schools have in the negotiation?
None. All they can hope for, David, is for years. It's the university presidents who have taken care of their own within these conferences. And how much longer can university presidents look at the bottom line and say, if you're at Ohio State or you're at Michigan or you're at USC, and say, this isn't right. We deserve more. And here are the numbers to back that up. If you're Minnesota, if you're Indiana, David, I don't think you have any choice but to go along. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com.
Summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from that fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Ream Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Dead struck, no way.
No. I either want brisket or I want a Whopper. But no. No interest at all. Plus, I mean, what are the odds that brisket from Burger King? And I like Burger King, but I like it for double cheeseburgers and onion rings. And brisket, I don't think I trust it. That's a great point, Greek God. Okay. I don't know about limits, Deadstroke, but maybe standards. That's good reasoning, Greek God. You can win the Super Bowl winning 10 games in the regular season on Sundays, but we can't even make the playoff at 9-3 now, can we?
Well, the one super league that was out there, Adam, the proposal that kind of leaked had that basically, the big boys all got their own conference and could stay, and the one conference or division was basically your Boise States of the world, and that's where they'd be relegated. And it would be awesome, but I don't think it'll ever happen. But you never know. Oh, God. Yeah, that.
Hate the McRib, Feeney. Hate it.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes after the hour. Miller and Moulton, MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. So we talked about it early in the show. I don't want to bring up the issue that I brought up 3 hours ago about the Baseball Hall of Fame and the weekend and, should it be separate from the season, etc. I just want to bring up, Mark, how many speech highlights did you catch after the fact, either watching a Sports Center or getting it off of X?
Very few. I saw Ichiro take a shot at the person who didn't vote for him.
Right.
I listened. I actually went out after I saw that Dave Parker wrote a poem and his son read the poem at the Hall of Fame induction. I wanted to hear that. So I actually went and looked for it and listened to that. And then I heard a little bit of CC's speech on my way in this morning, and that's about it.
Did you catch the Ichiro Marlins joke?
I did not.
And first off, Ichiro, he gave a speech in English. And those that have been teammates of Ichiro, we've heard David Sampson, who will be on the show 9:00 tomorrow. David Sampson and many others have said Ichiro's hysterical. I mean, we had Seth Everett say that Ken Griffey Jr. told him funniest guy, funniest teammate was Ichiro. Not even close. All right. I'm just going to read this straight. This is Ichiro yesterday. And to the Miami Marlins, I appreciate David Sampson and Mike Hill for coming today. Honestly, when you guys called to offer me a contract for 2015, I had never heard of your team.
That's fantastic. Well played. Well played, sir.
Damn. So, I mean, with us, David Sampson's got a good sense of humor. I'd be very curious how he took it, in the crowd at Cooperstown live yesterday.
That's outstanding.
Honestly, when you guys called to offer me a contract for 2015, I had never heard of your team. Remember, he played with the Mariners most of his career. Bump. Never been to the World Series, Mariners. Marlins have won too.
I got you.
Right.
But you got to also throw in the joke of the huge Asian population in Seattle. Yep. Most people there are, I would think Asians are aware of that city, and I'm sure they are Miami. It's a joke. It's funny. Well done.
Now, there's also a little humor there because it was only a couple years before they offered Ichiro the contract. They were the Florida Marlins. Okay, so but got it.
Good for him.
Yep.
Good for him.
Damn.
Let me ask you, because you are Mr. Hall of Fame. Did you work your day around induction ceremonies and speeches? Because typically you love these. You like to watch these. Like Saturday for the Pro Football Hall of Fame, you'll watch, won't you? Or at least a good chunk of it.
It depends on who's going in, quite frankly. And, I'll cheat a little bit. Did people say it was a good speech? Kind of like you, when you found out that Dave Parker's kid was going to read a poem, you're like, oh, I got to see this. And so you downloaded the whole speech. But I was going to, Mark, I had set my day yesterday. I watched the 21-year-old Englishwoman, Lottie Woad. Okay. And listen, I'm sure there are 17 people who watched, but NBC actually changed their broadcast plans. And they put that on CNBC from 9 to 11 in the morning. That was originally not going to be live on an over-the-air network in America. And so I watched it. And then I thought, Mark, I could basically run an errand, grab lunch, and come back
And the Hall of Fame stuff was supposed to start at like 1:00. And then they announced bad weather in the area. There's going to be a 2-hour delay. And I had an event with my granddaughter that was 3:30 to 5:30. And so I'm like, oh, I'm going to miss this. And since I was not in the car alone, I couldn't put MLB Network Radio on to listen to the speeches.
Oh, you could have.
Boy,
You could have.
that's using up a lot of chips for something that, I mean, I'm 3 weeks away from going on the road for 5 months. So, I forget.
Bon Jovi Radio could have waited. David, since I know you love the Halls of Fame, came across an article this morning that talked about next year's class in baseball. And it's going to be interesting because unless you think Cole Hamels is a first-time Hall of Famer,
no way.
To me, there's no one on the list that's a first-timer next year that gets in. It's Cole Hamels, it's Ryan Braun, and that's that's really about it.
Well,
there's a few others. There's Sin-Soo Choo.
No.
Right.
These
Nick Markakis. These are the guys of the article trying to find me. None of these guys are getting in first time.
Well,
so
none are getting in, period.
Right. But Beltran and Andrew Jones were the closest that didn't get in last time.
There we go.
But could this be, Chase Utley, who's his candidacy's there? But there's not a lot of guys. They had a full list this year. I don't know how they have much more than one or two getting in next year.
Well, Andrew's getting near the end of his 10 years, isn't he?
Yeah.
Isn't he going to be at like 8 next year? But yeah, I think you hit on it, Mark. That it'll be the big year for both Beltran and Andrew Jones. And if they don't get in next year, well, wow. Needless to say, the Pro Football Hall of Fame doesn't have a year where their ballot looks like that.
No,
not
it's
these days.
completely the opposite. You and I have been arguing for seemingly over a decade of legitimate guys who we believe are Hall of Famers that still are not in. And every year that passes, the new list of players becomes that much harder to think of who the 5 are that are going to get in. So I'm totally with you. Baseball, okay, if you're close, you've got a shot next year. Football, I don't know. It's difficult to look at the football list and figure out, one, just how difficult it is to get in, and two, how that room leans that year. Who are the guys making the speeches for certain players' candidacy?
Mark, let's just compare ballots. You just went through the Major League ballot. First time eligible next year, Pro Football Hall of Fame. Drew Brees, Larry Fitzgerald, Jason Witten, Frank Gore, Phillip Rivers, Bill Belichick. We haven't gotten to the holdovers yet.
Right.
Tell me which one of those 6. Now, we went through this the other day.
Belichick go in on a separate category?
Yeah, he'd be the coach contributor category.
So just leave. We know he's going in. He does not count in the 5, though.
Right.
That they put in. That's it. 5 guys. That's it. Now, I don't think Phillip Rivers is a Hall of Famer.
By the way, you know who else is first-time eligible? And they're not going to get in first year, but I do think that both these guys will be finalists at the very least at some point in time. Marquise Pouncey and LaShawn McCoy.
And that doesn't even get to the, 12 finalists that didn't make it to the final, that didn't make the 5 from last year.
The 3 wide receivers, Eli, okay? Seriously.
They're going to have to do whatever it's at some year where they do a big grouping again, because there are too many qualified players that just aren't in the hall. The good, the bad, and the ugly. Next.
Think we only fix windows? Think again. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business does so much more to upgrade your home. We custom build stunning shower and bath enclosures, install sleek glass doors and windows, and can bring fresh life to foggy or cracked panes. Need a glass tabletop or a statement mirror? Yep, we do that too. If it's glass and it's in your home, we're the team to call.
Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh yeah!
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
This
sound.
is Miller and Moulton.
I had to find his name, but I was watching the end of the Ohio State interview with the gal from the Big Ten Network interviewing the Ohio State players. Or actually, I think it was Revson doing the Ohio State players. Revson had him. And Caleb Downs, what an outstanding young man he is. Like, the charity work he does, unbelievable. It was funny, though, the one guy that they had, I don't know who it was, but because I caught it a little late, apparently plays golf, and Revson starts asking about golf, and he goes, I was shooting in the 90s last year. I'm shooting like 85 now, so I've gotten better. And then they asked Downs, who's just taken the game up, and what's his name, the receiver's there. He leans back, and he looks as uninterested in this conversation as any human ever. And finally, Revson just says, you're not, no, I have no interest in playing golf ever. It was actually pretty funny. No, he's not on the ballot, Sonny. David, someone just texted, who are our two biggest snubs from the NFL Hall of Fame? I know you have one. I know I could put one in for you pretty easily. And that would be Kuchenberg, just from all the stuff you've said on this show.
I can't believe Tommy Nobis isn't in.
And
Those are
I
my-
just said I think Jim
those-
Plunkett should be in.
Those are my old school guys. They finally put Ken Riley in, but it was posthumously. That honked me off.
And Don Coryell should be in as a coach too.
He got in.
Oh, he did. Okay,
Coryell got in 2 years ago.
that's right. You're right.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes. So we're out of here on this Monday. David Sampson will join us tomorrow. I have a good feeling that Matt Baker from The Athletic is going to join us tomorrow to talk a little college football as well. So, it was confirmed. Now it's not. It'll be confirmed. Okay, I have a good feeling about that. So that's tomorrow on Miller and Moulton. Go to millerandmoulton.com. Sign up for the Fantasy Football Summit. It's 2 weeks from tomorrow. It's Tuesday the 12th. Shoeless Joe's, Fort Myers, Bell Tower Shops. You can eat beginning at 6. Event starts at 7. Dinner, Dr. Roto, Miller and Moulton, you. It's a fun night. Learn a lot about football. Learn a lot about fantasy football. You think you're an expert? Dr. Roto's an expert. You want to win money? millerandmoulton.com. Sign up.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Today Was the Day When is brought to you by the good folks at Game Day Men's Health. Call today at 239-427-3441. Locations in Bonita Springs and Naples. You can visit online. Very simple. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Mention Miller and Moulton for 10% off your service. We start in 1868. The ratification of the 14th Amendment by the states granting citizenship to ex-slaves. Kind of a biggie. Mussolini resigned today in 1943. And more importantly, in 43, David, FDR announces the end of coffee rationing in the U.S.
Yeah, we're talking.
Could you imagine if there were coffee rationing now? We had the lines for gas in the 70s. You only could go to Dunkin' or Starbucks if the last number of your plate was odd on Mondays. I mean, people would revolt. Maybe it's just me. Alice in Wonderland, the film, the animated film, was released today in 51. On the Waterfront, starring Marlon Brando, was released today in 1954. 1965, LBJ sends 50,000 more soldiers to Vietnam, bringing the total to 125 soldiers, and we were all in at that point. Today in 73, 600,000 people attended the Summer Jam Rock Festival in New York at Watkins Glen. The Dead, the band, the Allman Brothers, among those who performed. Today in 78, during the afternoon, it was announced at the Old Timers game that Billy Martin will manage the Yankees again.
He had just been fired.
Right. Later that night, after you found out that Martin was going to manage the Yankees, you might have gone to the movie theater and caught the opening of National Lampoon's Animal House, debuting in theaters today in 1978. REM released Life's Rich Pageant, their biggest album at that time, in 1986. Dennis Martinez pitches the 13th perfect game in baseball history today in 91.
El Presidente.
Mary J. Blige released her debut album, What's the 411, today in 1992. In 94, two big things happened in baseball. First, the players decided to strike on August 12th. They put the date down. And Kenny Rogers throws a perfect game, the only one in Texas Rangers history. It was against the California Angels. Today in 1995, Art Modell's rep begins secret talks to move the team from Cleveland to Baltimore. And in 2015, the Red Sox retire Pedro's number 45. Jacqueline Kennedy Onassis, Vida Blue, and Terry Fox would have all celebrated birthdays today. Bill Bradley is 82. Jim Davis, who did the Garfield cartoons, he's 80. Doug Collins is 76. Garth Snow, which I always thought was one of the better names for a goaltender, is 56. Manu Ginobili, 48. Zach Parise and D'Amico Ryans are each 41. Soulja Boy, David's favorite hip-hop artist, is 35. Harry Kane is 32.
Harry Kane! Harry Kane!
Matt Milano, 31. Nelly Corda, 27. And Malik Neighbors is 22 years old today. What did I miss, David?
I don't have anything that you missed. I really don't. So, there.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
For the good today, well, I guess we go to Iowa, where the earliest ever recognized premature baby, born at 21 weeks, 133 days ahead of his mother's due date, just turned 1. Pretty remarkable.
That is.
All right. We go to Miami for the bad. Had to choose there. Did I want to go bad with this one or ugly with this one? But a Florida traveler was caught trying to smuggle 2 turtles through airport security by hiding them in her bra, prompting authorities to beg flyers not to stash things in weird places. She was stopped at the Miami International checkpoint when she had the reptiles wrapped in gauze and plastic. One of the turtles didn't make it. The other was handed to the Florida Department of Fish and Wildlife. And finally, the ugly. We go to Claremont, Florida, where an angry message was scrawled on the side of a Florida home that was nearly destroyed by heavy equipment on Friday. Apparently, a woman went to the home of her boyfriend's new girlfriend, and she had heavy equipment with her. She wrote on the side of the house, "You effed with the wrong girl," and she didn't write effed. She had it all spelled out. She apparently went to the property with heavy equipment and nearly destroyed the home. Fortunately, the woman's home who was vandalized was last seen with her boyfriend. The woman who vandalized the home is still at large, and we'll keep you posted because I'm sure that won't be for long. That is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, Monday, July the 28th, here on Miller and Moulton.
So, the Brewers and Cubs begin a 3-game series tonight. This just in, they're tied for first. And they have a 5-game series coming up in 3 weeks. Just saying. So they're going to play 8 times between now and August 21st. Does that work?
Works for me.
Yeah. Rays are in the Bronx, take on the Yankees. Rays have fallen back to 500. The Marlins are 4 games below 500. That's it. 4 games below 500. Is this going to be like when Girardi won National League Manager of the Year and then got fired? But, I mean, this is remarkable. They're 3.5 out of like a playoff spot. Well, a little more than that, but golly. All right. Mets are in San Diego. Those are 2 playoff teams right now facing one another. Mark, your Tigers are hosting the Diamondbacks. Diamondbacks announced they were sellers over the weekend. They've traded 3 guys already. Maybe you guys can take advantage of that.
Scored more runs yesterday, almost as many runs yesterday as they had since the All-Star break, David. I believe up until yesterday, they had scored 12 runs since the All-Star break. They scored 10 yesterday.
Once again, falling in line with we don't understand what television networks are doing sometimes. Mark, according to the schedule I'm looking at, the Pirates-Giants game is the one on MLB Network, not the Cubs-Brewers. You know, 2 teams tied for the best record in the National League. No big deal or anything. Here's an interesting series. Our Cincinnati Reds are playing host to the Dodgers.
Dodgers, who have been reeling a bit for a while now, they're banged up, they're not healthy. The Reds have put themselves in a spot where they can legitimately say they're wild card contenders. Now with the Dodgers coming to town, can they win a series against a team viewed as one of the best in baseball?
Now the Dodgers are sending their best pitcher, Yamamoto, and the Reds are starting a guy who's made like 2 career starts. So big edge on the mound for the Dodgers tonight. But so Rays in the Bronx, that'll snap them out of it too. The Rays are feeling bad about themselves. Their hatred of the Yankees will supersede their pity for themselves.
Yeah, the other side of this, though, is the Yankees' pity for themselves will go away because they hate the Rays every bit as much as the Rays hate them.
That's true.
I mean, this is an actual rivalry. These
Yeah.
2 teams do not like one another.
Yeah. So Marlins in St. Louis, Rays in the Bronx to take on the Yankees. Yankees only 2 games clear of the playoffs. That's it. They're the number 1 wild card, but they're 2 games away from being out of the playoffs. And they don't know when they're getting Judge back, and they don't know how healthy he's going to be when they do get him back. And let me ask you this. Play Brian Cashman for a second. Do you look at your team and think, we could win the World Series? Because if you still do, then you're all in at the deadline. You go fill your needs. You get another bat, and you get at least 1 more starting pitcher. But if you look at your team and go, we ain't going to get it done this year, you going to trade your top prospects? I know they're the Yankees. I know you never give up on a season, the whole deal. They're only 9 games above 500. They're okay. They're pretty good. I mean, honestly,
what's great in the American League?
I get you.
That's my question back to you. I think you have to be all in because if you get into the tournament in the American League, there's no reason why you cannot get to the World Series.
I agree with that. Even though I think right now all 6 teams in the National League are better than all of the wild card teams for sure in the American League.
I gotcha. I get it. But you actually look at overall records, and David, I agree with you. But you look at the overall records. The Blue Jays have the best record in the game right now. Everybody else, American League, National League, they're all between like 60 and 63 as far as division leaders. There's seemingly not much difference. We just think the National League's a whole hell of a lot better. But the Dodgers are all banged up. There's no guarantees they're going to get healthy. And that means you're trusting who? The Cubs? The Brewers?
I hear you. I know they have to be in. I know that. But man, this is a pretty team. If you're Brian Cashman, how many resources are you going to give up for this team?
Well, to me, and I understand where you're at. The other side of this, if you're the Red Sox, you're in Minnesota. We think the Twins should be sellers. Don't you think if you're running the Red Sox, you're on this road trip trying to make a deal with the team you're playing this week?
Totally. Yeah. I want to make it in time so they can walk across the field and play.
At least leave on the plane with me. So, a lot of questions for a lot of teams. And as we've talked about for the last 3 weeks, Miller and Moulton were rooting against the Royals and the Guardians and the Twins. Well, the Guardians won a bunch of games. They think they're back in it. The Royals have made moves to try to make themselves better. I think the Twins are officially sellers now. But not many of the teams that began the month of July have played poorly enough to make them automatic sellers.
How big are these 3 games for the Rays? If they lose 2 of 3 or get swept in the Bronx, do they just sell?
They typically don't buy. So I would think, Mortimer, that there's a much better chance of sell.
They're 3 games out of a playoff spot right now, are the Rays. My guess is the Rays are going to try to do what the Tigers did last year. They're going to play both ends. I think the Rays are going to trade Brandon Lau and maybe one of their pitchers and then try to pick up something, maybe a bat to replace Lau. Just a thought.
Miller and Moulton. More from NFL training camps tomorrow. Vote on the poll question. It's about Happy Gilmore 2. If you liked it, if you didn't like it, or if you haven't watched it. And David Sampson will join us on the show tomorrow as well. Have a great rest of your day. Miller and Moulton.
It's time again for the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football Summit featuring Dr. Roto, Tuesday, August 12th, Shula Show Sports Cafe inside the Doubletree Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Sign up at millerandmoulton.com. You get dinner and the expertise of one of the best fantasy players in the country, and Doc Roto will even give you a cheat sheet for your fantasy draft on your way out the door. Sign up at millerandmoulton.com. Tuesday, August 12th, is our Fantasy Football Summit. Dr. Roto and you. It's a fun night, and we help you win your fantasy football.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
When Glass Doctor replaces your windshield, we don't just send you on your way, we send you off protected. Your local Glass Doctor includes the industry's only 12-month windshield protection plan at no extra cost. That means unlimited chip repairs and even a one-time replacement if needed. High-quality service backed by real peace of mind, right here in your neighborhood.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor. We fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
Exclusions apply. See your local Glass Doctor for details.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller and Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller and Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest. Now try the best. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.